Are you tired of the same old pro wrestling? Then check out the amazing action on Powerslam.tv, the biggest indie pro wrestling channel in the world. Get over 4,000 hours of the best pro wrestling events from over 110 of the biggest names in the industry from over 15 countries around the globe. Get your free trial today at Powerslam.tv.
This is Jordan Grace, and you're listening to the Social Suplex Podcast Network.
BWB, this is One Nation Radio. You better get it right. Rich Latta, James Boyd came to give them life. The Blackest Wrestling Podcast has come to kick all ass and drop it 6 feet if they're kicking trash. Word, let me welcome y'all to something different. And if you dig it, man, you should let some friends listen. We be getting it in, this on the regular, dude. Ravish and flow, but this shit rude. See, James don't rap, so I had to break it down. The whole network, man, we coming for the crown. Raps in the columns, I keep them both covered. Making the beats too, so the listeners can bump it. Hit us with the rating, yeah, I'm saying it's a 5. Before you hit it, talk, bob your head side to side. It's One Nation Radio, and this is the beginning. It's Rich, and I'm here with James. It's time to listen to One Nation.
You got to unleash the power of the pyramid.
This is Mike Sempervive from WrestlingObserver.com. Check me out on Wrestling Observer Live every day. And also check out your boys, Rich and James, on One Nation Radio.
This is Kenny Omega. We're listening to One Nation Radio. Check it out, guys. These guys know what's up. Big Kenny Omega fan. That's all that counts to me. Goodbye and good night. Hey.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this special edition of One Nation Radio. We are reviewing WWE/NXT. I bet you didn't expect us to be doing that this year after this year, right? But we have some positivity with us. We have with us the implications of LOP Radio. What's going on, Imp?
Hello, thank you for having me again. You said positivity. We'll see how long that goes. I'll giggle my way through it, even if I go down the hill.
Yeah, man. This year, this company, this is just, man.
Yeah. And by the way, that is Rich, by the way. He didn't give me a chance to introduce him as well. I introduced the guest first, but sorry about that. What's going on, Rich?
Not much, man. Just, making some, new music to start the new year and getting ready to release some. So, I got some new stuff coming out.
Okay. All right, well, let's get to it.
God damn it. I try to avoid it. Can we talk about rap philosophy real quick? Can we talk about the NBA? Can we talk about anything else first? No? Okay.
No, we must talk about the worldwide leader in professional wrestling, the leader of the market share, WWE, the gigantic Goliath, the incompetent Goliath. Whatever. I'm not even going to just kill it. Whatever. But Imp, do you have some initial thoughts on how you would, contextualize 2019 WWE, including all of its tentacles from the UK to Winter Park, Florida, to wherever the hell they banish off those 205 Live guys?
I'd go with everywhere, but inconsistent as fuck. I'll be able to explain it. Their year's been so up and down, and if they do something good, like on the end of it or somewhere, there'll be something that wasn't as good. I stopped watching over the summer. That's me, super positive, happy, giggly Imp. I stopped watching over the summer for the second year in a row. It was just too much for me. And when I did tune in, it was like I called it the summer of the uncertain 2 weeks of canon. You had no idea what was going to be sticking 2 weeks later down the line, or even a month or whatever. It was a peak of creative randomness, and I think Plan over on NLP Radio, who WWE's hit him down so hard he's retiring.
Yes.
Not doing anything. But yeah, he called it like the year of randomness, where it's just, you do not know what's going to happen next, and that's not in a good way. As in, continuity means nothing, essentially.
Right.
Especially over the summer. They've gotten better, But by gotten better, I mean they've gotten better at doing the basics of storytelling. They continuity exists now. Like, that's the bar I'm going for. Like, we'll get ready for a really optimistic forecast when we get to that bit. But I'm like, that is kind of, the year has been so inconsistent. Whenever there's anything good, again, there was a massive low beforehand or somewhere in there. Kofi's an amazing example of that. Right. The ultimate high followed by the ultimate low, and then what followed after that didn't make sense for why it happened. Like, it didn't merit it. So it hurts even more. It hurt at the moment, and then it hurts even more to see what followed afterwards. Like, it wasn't even necessary to cut it off like that. Which, again, it fits that thing of like the wild card rule. That I might call it the wild card year, because it just makes no sense. It's just really weird. It's just all over the place. Like, what are the rules to this world? But after the summer, it has gone better. So whatever you call that, it's gotten better. But you got Lesnar as champion again, so it's back to square one where it was 5 years ago. So I can't say it was a good year, because it 100% wasn't a good year. There were some fantastic moments, but the lows hit so damn hard that someone like me stops watching. You know, there's been quite a few problems there. I do get affected by Saudi Arabia stuff a lot more than some fans do. Mm-hmm. I'm the guy who, to write a column, ends up on like the death penalty database because I'm properly researching. It's like, yeah, I go down into the depths of hell for the columns. Yeah, a wild, random year. Cut myself off shortly.
Well, Rich, your turn.
I feel like it was 2017 part 3. Oh, and it's just like the continuation of the descent of the, you know, the decisions that matter in this company, to like the pay-per-view execution, to the title belts. And I just became really frustrated with this show once, you know, we did the LP review show. I had been watching Raw and SmackDown, you know, for years or whatever. Right. Just like, you know, wow. And then when you're not watching it after, because as soon as the LP show finished, I quit watching Monday Night Raw, like I said I would have. And I think I watched the 4 horsewoman match at Madison Square Garden, and I watched Kofi Kingston lose to Brock Lesnar. Those are the 2 things I saw on Raw and SmackDown.
So basically what you saw like a September Raw at random, and then you saw, you know, the big hullabaloo of, you know, going into that huge week of the first week.
Just that segment. Yeah, just that segment. So, and I was like, I can never watch the show weekly again. Like, after like being off like this and seeing, you know, just hearing all the reviews from everyone from Brian Alvarez to Wade Keller to JD to everyone that, you know, I listen to that covers all this, and it's just like everyone's out of their mind, everyone's mad, everyone's just like saying how nothing makes sense. And I feel so much better about myself for not subjecting myself to trying to A, cover for what they were trying to do, B, break down why it's stupid, give them the answers, and then it just never really, you know, play out that way. And it was just like a lot of like individual things this year, you know, pissed me off with WWE, with, you know, the Hogan returns, plural, you know, more Saudi Arabia nonsense, the way they're treating their wrestlers, the weaponizing of NXT for, you know, against AEW, the general feeling around people wanting to get out of this company. And it's just like, WWE does not make me feel good at all.
My turn?
Sure thing.
Yeah, I think the crystallizing moment for me was hearing about this. I didn't see it. I heard about it, which is probably not fair, but they ain't been fair to me, so fuck them. I want to say a couple weeks ago, there was a Ricochet versus Humberto Carrillo match where there was a top rope Hurricane Rana or a top rope reverse Rana, and Ricochet landed on his feet. And they said the crowd barely gave a fuck. Barely even, like, is almost like that kind of woke it's almost like they startled them. It was like, oh, something happened, like a loud noises by the side of them. They kind of like, oh, and that's all they got. It wasn't no, standing ovation or huge moment or, oh my God, this dude is death defying. I can't believe this dude landed on his feet from after this amazing maneuver from Humberto Carrillo. And that's how I feel. That's what most of, on the main roster, that's what most of this roster experiences. These are basically hyper talented, hyper athletic mannequins that have no personality, have no personality. They have catchphrases, and it's a variety show / sitcom, and they're put in these situations, and they're told to act unbelievable, and depending on whatever side of the bed Vince gets on, or whatever he decides to do or undo from week to week, it makes everybody look like schmucks that just run around with like chickens with their heads cut off, landing reverse Rondas on their feet to no one giving a fuck, because this is a company built on personality and nobody has one aside from the very select few. And for the main roster, that's kind of my synopsis of 2019. In between all that stuff, there's a lot of people trying hard and everything, and then there's a lot of people that are given opportunities that after they keep showing over and over, they're not ready for those opportunities, at least not yet, and they keep doing it anyway, and it keeps alienating the fan base, and we are where we are now. Like, it's just nonsense that's on your TV for 5 hours.
It's a whole lot of getting what they deserve, especially like when, they run these storylines that turn people off for weeks, and then what we turned into really being our pay-per-view only viewers. So by the time the pay-per-view comes, we see their video packages, we see what they were trying to do as compared to the reviews, and then we watch the long droning silence at the end,
right,
and when nothing's over, and these people are wrestling in silence, and matches are going anywhere from like terrible to get the fuck off my TV to just okay. And it's just like, there were so many things like Seth's title reign, just awful. The return to Brock Lesnar after all this time, the wasting of Kofi Kingston, the cooling of Becky Lynch, the over pushing of Baron Corbin, the under pushing of Roman Reigns, having not a fucking clue what to do with Daniel Bryan most of this year.
Another add on to that, the fact that they brought up all those guys from NXT and from 205 Live over this year. Who's most overact amongst them? Between Heavy Machinery and Lacey Evans and Nikki Cross and EC3 and Ricochet and Aleister Black and Buddy Murphy, Cedric Alexander, Mustafa Ali. Am I missing anybody? Lars? Yeah, Lars.
Yeah, well, so, I'm not even going to get into Lars.
Right, but amongst the elaborate list I just laid out, who's the biggest star?
I mean, you gotta say, I think you gotta say, like, Ricochet maybe, but like...
And Ricochet is what, the bottom of the mid-card guy?
What's up?
And Ricochet is what, a bottom of the mid-card guy?
Right, like, they put a U.S. title on him just to hand it to AJ Styles, and then, like, he was banished, essentially.
Sounds like failure to me.
Yeah. I don't know. And then, NXT is obviously way fucking better, right?
Oh, I'm glad you brought up NXT. Are you, Rich, Imp, are you ready for my game or not my game, but more or less my results that I've tabulated?
Sure thing. James been building this up, everybody. Like, wait till, we record this. There's something that's going to blow your minds. He has not told us what it is. So I'm interested to hear this. So, I went to cagematch.net, went to WWE. WWE does not, when you go to that promotion, you click on it and it has every single match from all the tentacles that we talked about earlier. So, main roster included, plus all the network stuff. I went to the recommended matches list. I went to the cage match rating and clicked ascending. So, I went all the way from the top. Highest rated at the top, lowest rated at the bottom. So,
recommended matches in all of WWE this year. There were 198 of them. How many of them do you think came out of the main roster?
Oh.
Out of nearly 200, how many do you think were recommended from the main roster?
I will go with. I don't know. I'll go with 40.
Oh, I'm way more pessimistic than that. I would say maybe half that.
Okay, you got to keep in mind that's 100 recommended matches. So recommended matches that comes out to like you can get a 2 3/4 star match recommended on there.
Oh, that's a little bit. Is it? I don't know about the TV.
That's why I said 40. Again, I was like,
okay,
yeah.
Well, they did a lot better. The main roster did a lot better. They did 95. So they had 48% of the recommended matches this year by fans of WWE. 48% of them were out of the main roster. Which means 52% of them came out of the network behind a fucking paywall. So here's the thing, though. As you gradually go up higher from that near 200 to let's go to 150, the top 150 matches on that list. How many of them you think were main roster?
Surely we're getting closer to our guesses there.
Yeah,
yeah.
50.
Yeah, I'd go with the third.
Drops to 40.
Oh,
so let's go to the top 100. How many main roster matches were in the top 100 matches of the year in this company?
30.
Close?
Yes, 20.
36. You notice that we've gone from 48% to 40%, and now we're at 36. Now, top 50. How many matches in the top 50?
12.
20.
13. 26%
What?
of the top 50 matches in this company
is garbage.
26% of the top 50 matches in this company came from the main roster. Now, the crazy part is, here's some hope though, because things have changed. I originally did this list and had to retabulate it recently because 2 weeks ago this list was worse. They were doing worse. They actually main roster actually tacked on some matches thanks to Aleister Black and Buddy Murphy on Raw on Monday. But their top 25 matches, 8 of them came out the main roster this year. 32%.
And you think about how many hours the main roster has, the outsized advantage that they have compared to all the other shows. You got 3 hours of Raw, 2 hours of SmackDown every week consistently, and
in
then
front of larger crowds.
Correct. So it's just bad. Like, those are atrocious numbers.
Now, before I tabulated this would have been even worse, but it's been changed now. As I mentioned, 8 matches, main roster out of the top 25 made the top 25 list. Adam Cole had 7 by him fucking self.
That's pretty
man. Like, that's
Johnny
not
Gargano.
shocking.
Johnny Gargano had 4.
So basically, if like Cole and Gargano had like dropped off the face of the earth before this year, we're talking like we're already at an all-time kind of inept level, right? But without those two guys, holy shit.
The main thing is about the Johnny Gargano thing. Johnny wrestled 15 TV matches all year.
Yeah, sounds about right.
So,
Adam Cole was I think we had a conversation about this like in one of our group chats. It's like, it's not that Adam Cole wasn't like when I look at him and I look at like other guys that have been like Wrestler of the Year in WWE, for my record, he's the WWE Wrestler of the Year, but he was like the best in like a down year kind of, but that's like nothing to really shade him. It's just like there was no type of like competition or like support for him really even.
Right. And you look at his cage match recommended matches, if I were to take away like Gargano last year, he probably has one of the greatest in-ring years of anyone in this company, aside from like maybe AJ in 2016, or that's the only one that really comes to mind. But the problem is, wrestling's better, as you can see from the fucking network. but the main roster is just
so exposed.
Like, for them to have 95 matches that were on the main roster that were like 2 3/4, they just
3-star matches, like
right, like Rich.
So all that tells me to think about is like, what about all the matches that aren't that good that are populating these shows?
Right.
That's the real stat here.
Right. And another thing I was going to ask you, like, Rich, we talked about this off air before. Like, now that I laid the numbers out before you, right? We cover Stardom, a Japanese women's promotion, indie. Do you think they only have 93 3-star matches or 95 3-star matches this year, or do you think they have way more than that?
Like, if they do, like, I mean, that would come down to scale and amount of shows, I would think, but I don't think so off the top of my head.
Well, let's put it this way: they ran like 90 shows this year.
Mm-hmm.
You almost always get at least 2 3-star matches on every fucking show. And then you throw in, like, when they do the Corrigan Hall shows where they start throwing the 4.5s at you.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah, man. Yeah, the main roster is like, it's a soul-sucking vortex of awful, combined with bad booking. So...
Yeah. So, now that I've laid that out, we talked about this for, I don't know how long now. Probably 20, 30 minutes already at this point. I propose that we move the fuck on from the main roster unless you guys have some, like, parting shots, and then we can move on to talking about the actual good wrestling that happened in this promotion, all across this promotion, all the goddamn time, except when it's on their TV that's supposed to make them all their money. Sound like a good idea?
Yeah. I hate what they did to Kofi Kingston, his title reign, the end of his title reign. I hate what happened with Seth Rollins. Now, a lot of Seth Rollins stuff was self-inflicted, but I wish a Baron Corbin feud with no one that wins a championship coming out of WrestleMania. This was just a year where nothing mattered. People felt like lower stars. No one was peaking. No one was, doing better for themselves. And, a lot of, like, the fans in WWE were just intolerable, just trying to defend this nonsense that was all over, social media. Like, I mean, just look at the wedding shit that just happened. It's like, WWE's dug in so much in what it does and who they are. And, they're insane hardcore fans that have decided we're gonna love everything Vince does. Like, it doesn't matter. It's just really, like, off-putting for me, just, like, looking at this show and what it used to be, especially in 2013, 2016. And, I'm like, this isn't the same company. And anyone that says so is lying to you. They're not using good faith. And Vince McMahon should probably step down and retire.
Yep.
But for me, the 2K20 game bug that's been realised is like the perfect thing. Like, that is absolutely amazing. Like, a game called 2K20 where if on your PlayStation or whatever it says that the timestamp is 2020, there's something in the code where the game will crash. That is incredible. Just a level of incompetency which is just it's a marvel. It takes some doing to do that. I guess, like, in terms of television as well, my part in kind of thing is with the way that Baron Corbin's been done, because I was a fan of his King of the Ring run. I thought I wanted him to win because I thought I would absolutely love him doing all the King bollocks. I thought he'd be fantastic at that. But the way he's been done for me is just immediately turned me off. I've not enjoyed so much of his run after the King of the Ring, where his stuff with Chad Gable when he was in the mid card, I thought, oh, that's fantastic. I'm getting actually behind him. I like him here. 1 month later, he's back to main eventing, just like the exact same point last year, because they need something for Roman Reigns to do until it's like WrestleMania season. So you're killing time you're wasting my time, essentially. And and the creative for it's not even good filler. It's irritating filler that, I rate Baron Corbin, but the content that's written for him is like bottom tier awful. It's just, I can't wait until they move on from this part. And even Fox is saying, oh, we don't really get started with the fun with WWE until it's 2020. Just like write off the rest of it. Like, even Fox That says something.
Yeah.
This money has inflated them, and it's just the worst thing for fans.
But I mean, let's not act like they didn't fuck up before they even ended up on Fox. Like the real issue with them and Fox is the fact that like they didn't try to turn this up before they got to Fox. They just said, you know, fresh coat of paint once we get to Fox, and then you know it'll be a whole new day and real. And then also
this is
like,
us.
It's now we're just getting 2 hour Raw.
We got 2 Raws. And SmackDown's worse because this is the quote unquote casual show. Right. So it's like, you know, the charm that SmackDown always kind of had, it was not Raw, and that the Raw like cesspool is gone. It's like, I really don't want to watch the main roster now.
Yeah. Like, you would just have thought like, all right, clearly you're going to put Roman on SmackDown. So what they're going to do is like, you know, you kind of thought like, all right, well, maybe that means, you know, we're going to get more Buddy Murphy matches and Buddy Murphy and Roman matches. No. No. We're just going to have him in this dopey ass shit until we decide not to. And I'm assuming this has to do with the calendar. And, like, it's weird when they book for the calendar this way. I mean, it's always been like this where after Survivor Series, it always sucks. Look at last November and December last year, right? But you always thought that, like, or at least I thought, and I was probably just always just being naive and overly optimistic, that they have a full fucking year or over a full year to get themselves to SmackDown, primetime, more eyes, all that. And it took them just weeks to fuck it off. Already, like, just weeks. They just kill it. It's just like, you had a new lease on life. Like, granted, we all know that they had to rock on the first show, and they were never going to be able to bring back 3.8 the second week. But they just immediately just went to this nonsense with Roman Reigns and
you know what it feels like?
Having him in this feud, this bullshit. Like, who gives a fuck who's a locker room leader? He's supposed to be trying to kick everybody's ass.
Right. Like, it feels like you gave someone like this second chance on life, like essentially that they were going down the wrong path, and you know, you took them out of that environment, you put them up in a new house, you put some a little bit in their bank account, make sure they're all right, and you know, you set them up with a new job, and all of a sudden you find out they're smoking crack again. Like that's what this is like. This is like just awful. Like.
So, I mean, I think any other failures? I think that's pretty much all. Like, I'm just ready to drop that here and then move on with the rest of this podcast. Talk positive.
If you'd like more of us like throwing WWE in the shitter, listen to the FOH draft.
Yeah. But yeah, let's move forward and talk about like the actual good shit, the shit that's on the network. I kind of thought that, you know, we talk about AEW and the Wednesday Night War and everything. I thought that this kind of is what NXT needed to kind of wake itself out of like the mud it kind of got itself stuck into. Like, probably like when they started doing the breakout tournament stuff. Like, so basically between TakeOver 25 and TakeOver Toronto 2, like once we got past that and we got ourselves into this moment, like Wednesday nights are a blast to watch. I don't actually get to watch them on Wednesdays. I watch them on Thursdays or Fridays, but like it's a blast and they're on par with AEW most weeks. I think what AEW lacks in like consistent ring work, that's what you get out of NXT almost every single week. Usually they have the best match. A lot of times they have the most consistent wrestling, bell to bell action. And I think in a way with Finn Balor coming back down and what they've been doing with, all the intricate stuff and world stuff and interconnections between like DIY and Undisputed and Finn Balor and the two giants and, Lee and Dijakovic, like that has kind of carried the day for them in a way that, it wasn't really popping for them after like Ricochet and Black left. So what were your thoughts on NXT this year?
Pretty much the same as you, but I hit a routine where I was only watching it like every now and then, I guess, for like the first half of the year. I'd dip into it when I could, kind of thing. But since October, it was a little caveat of I did force myself to write a column every single week, so I kind of like had a job to watch it.
Gotcha.
So it's a little bit different. So I was like, oh no, like this is literally like my part-time job now, watching wrestling. So I had that routine kind of built in where I'd force myself to watch it. But like, I do totally agree that they've really kept up. Well, NXT and AEW, that is like, the Wednesday night is really for the wrestling fans, and it's an absolute dream. Like, two shows I genuinely am excited for every single week. And I totally agree with you that NXT most weeks would have the better match, which was the better show overall. It's gone back and forth. And as a fan, there's like, oh, that is the dream, really. Both shows are really knocking it out of the park. It's fantastic. And also, get better, Dream. We need you back on NXT. yeah. But it's that, especially from October to the end, it's been just fantastic to watch NXT. I've really, really enjoyed it. Main roster not so much, but we're being happy. NXT, I've been really excited to watch. I guess the only main roster thing that really comes into it is Survivor Series, where they did that invasion stuff, and it gave energy to the shows, which was needed on the main roster more than it was on NXT. Because like they do the thing where like Poppy come out and play a song, so you start with like hardcore metal where the pace is a little bit quick with that kind of music. So there's always energy with those shows, and that really injected it immediately. Like immediately after that, you got Mauro Ranallo screaming down the microphone, like, "This is NXT!" Like really excited. It's just full of energy, and it's such fun to watch because of that. I also apologise to my family for waking everybody up at 1:30. Such a joy to watch it every single week, and it's just like a ball of energy. It's so much fun.
Rich, I know you kind of protesting like boycott NXT for now, but from what you've heard or from what you've seen anyway, or have like kind of had to tell you, hey man, you need to watch this match. This is Rich Live Pro Wrestling, even though you hate it right now. Like, what were your thoughts on, I guess, even when you were watching at the beginning of your NXT, like takeover that we went to, that sort of thing this year?
Yeah, like to start the year, it was like, yo, this place is so loaded. It's so like there are eras in NXT like all the time, and it felt like we were square in the middle of like the best possible one. Mm-hmm. And you had Ricochet, you had Johnny Gargano, you had Ciampa, even though his neck was falling apart. You had Aleister Black, Johnny Gargano in Velveteen Dream,
Riddle.
And then Riddle, like circling the wagon, getting started. Cole's getting started. Pete Dunne's getting in there, and TakeOver New York was like one of the best shows I've ever seen. And TakeOver 25 was just, that was almost a religious experience. Like, it was just like it was like, yo, like, this is so fucking good. Like, I remember, like, it was like a week or so after Double or Nothing, right? And I was like, wow, this is not, like, for me, it's not better than Double or Nothing, because Double or Nothing, like, just made you feel a way that NXT just never is going to do, right? Because it's, it's a, at that time it was like, yo, this is they're the third promotion, whatever.
Yeah, like nobody's ever, I get what you're saying, like nobody's ever going to have like a Moxley, quote unquote, escapes the jail, the prison, and shows up in the quote unquote promised land. Like, NXT's not a promised land. Like,
it's where you are before you lose these people and they go die at the end of the movie. Like, like of the main roster. Like, this is like but TakeOver 25, like, for me, it was like probably my favorite match of WWE this year, with like Cole and Gargano 2. And it was just, Matt Riddle was incredible. I wish they would have pushed that dude harder this year. Some of the stuff that I've heard and some of the stuff I've caught after, when they went live, feels like NXT has a sense of urgency that they're being really coached up right now. Like, I don't know what they're telling these people, but it's like they'll run through a wall for Triple H right now. Like, I don't know what it is. Like, I wouldn't be trying to kill off, whatever, is there, because, I wouldn't be trying to fuck up my options in the future. But,
maybe he's like, y'all better come out here and work, or I'm going to send y'all to the main roster. He's like, no, I don't want to go.
Yeah, so like one of the bright spots I saw was like obviously Angel Garza and Leo Rush, what they did with that, and I don't think you can really talk too much more without like talking about like how good Io was this year.
Yeah,
and I enjoyed like for me, there's a couple people I'll like just tune in and watch. She's one of them. Matt Riddle's another, and it's just like, you know, I see what they're doing. Like my knock against NXT was just like I never knew what it was. I never like, you know, I'm more interested in the big picture with all these people, but it's like I still have questions about that. It's like, okay, is this just the destination now? Because we see Shayna Baszler looking like she's about to be on her way out of the promotion. So I don't know. So it's a weird thing for me because, you know, as I mentioned on the show before, like I'm not in favor of what they did, but it's unquestionable that it's given NXT new life because it was even like I had even more to say about it previously, like about how I thought it was a scam, but I don't feel that way as much anymore. I would like to see them, you know, NXT contracts and see these people start getting paid.
Yeah. Like we're gonna see. Like eventually, Johnny's gonna have to get paid.
Like it was funny. You sent that like thing with the match of the year thing, and all I'm looking at is like, all this means that you've been in NXT too long, bro. Like that's all this means. Like go get a check. Like put a check with a check.
Yeah, I mean, oh yeah, like Imp. So what happened is, have you seen the Bailey and Johnny Gargano Twitter exchange today?
No.
Okay, so. Johnny put up, like, cause you know, it's the end of the year, so on Wednesday, I guess they did the year-end show, instead of actually doing a live show for NXT, and, they were handing people, you know, Triple H takes pictures with everybody when they have their trophy for being like the you know, the breakout star of the year, or the future person of the year, or match of the year, feud of the year, that sort of thing. And, you know, Johnny's been racking those up lately, over the last 2-3 years. So, what they said, Johnny put up a picture of last year when he won Match of the Year and Feud of the Year, and then this year he also won it while, you know, only wrestling 15 matches, but, you know, it is what it is because he's incredible. So, he was like, yeah, you know, may as well, he's kind of said something along the lines like, may as well shoot me in for next year. So then, Bailey replies with her picture of her and, Sasha winning theirs for 2015. And she was like, something along the lines of like, you're only reason why you won those because like we weren't there, and then Johnny replies with, well, I didn't get signed until 2016, so shrug. He's like, but if you want to smoke, I remember when you were doing that Baylor stuff with Finn Balor in 2015. You bring Finn Balor, and me and Candice will wrestle you. So that was kind of, you know, it was this cute little exchange thing, but that was going on. And Rich is like, in the middle of them having fun, Rich is like, you've been here for 2 years, or you've been here for over 2 years. You need to be doing something else. Like, you're having all these incredible matches. They ultimately don't mean anything because they're not on the main roster. And we all know what's going to happen if Johnny ends up on the main roster. Let's not go there.
But I used to have this phrase like, ultimately it doesn't matter. Like, and I feel like that's Johnny Gargano like in personified right now.
Do you remember I think it was last year where they were comparing him to possibly being Daniel Bryan after the Ciampa feud because he was like so beloved after the DIY split, and now because Finn Balor hit that same point when he was in NXT originally. That's that point of there's no point in you being here anymore. You've done it all. Right. So why are you still here when you are ready to move to that main roster? Gargano's at that point for me. Like everybody reaches it in NXT where he's kind of like, why are you here? And like the Revival, the same after they won the titles again. It's kind of like, well, why are you here? You've obviously become so good.
And now they're working in kind of uncharted territory with all this stuff because it's like, wow, I think Riddle should have won the title by now, but he hasn't. So everyone's kind of getting stretched out longer. But I think Johnny's in a weird place where he was there a long ass time already before NXT changed, and now that it's changed again, it's like, well, what's there left? He's already turned heel. He's been a tag champ. He's won the secondary belt. I mean, you could give him the big belt and have him do, you know, a long reign with it, but he gets injured too much. So it's like, come on, man. Like what are we doing here?
Yeah, I think that if not for AEW coming around, I think he's already on the main roster. Like, I really believe that, like, if not for the the injuries to Ciampa's neck, and also the injuries he sustained during this year, to where he only could wrestle 15 TV matches, and they were all at the beginning of the year. Like,
hey, load management.
Right, yeah. like you go from the New York takeover, and like he only wrestled like one match on TV or in Full Sail, like, for the rest of the year. Like, everything else is takeover matches where he's killing himself in these matches. It's like, all right, well, you're already beat up and you're doing these matches where, like, you're taking a fucking Canadian destroyer on the floor, like, and you're flying off the top of a sail through the table that's on the
double
table. Like, maybe like you need to like go away and relax. And you're also getting like, you're getting brain busted legit on the fucking ramp like a moron. Like, just maybe don't do that and try to heal up. But I think the injuries thing, and also the fact that AEW's around, like, he's really going to be in NXT or on the network doing UK tours or whatever else, and he's going to be just Johnny Network at this point, because, like, what's going to happen. Like, if they fuck up Finn Balor, you just know, you already know what they're going to do with Johnny. It don't matter if Johnny's a way better talker than him. It don't matter.
What about, I think we should switch over, naturally, since we talked about Gargano, we gotta talk about Cole now.
Yeah. Incredible year. If you had told me a year ago he was gonna be my wrestler of the year in WWE, I would have told you that what the fuck happened to the entire, like, plane flight to one of these takeovers just like crash? What happened? He was somebody that I thought was a second or third tier out of that collection of talent, like between Pete Dunne and Ricochet and Aleister Black and Riddle, for example, and Johnny, and even I thought he was somebody that could wrestle as well as Ciampa, but like Ciampa has so much heat for everyone hating his fucking guts for what happened to the Johnny thing, that, like, he still doesn't even have that kind of heat to this day. He's a cool heel, but I never thought he was going to get these kind of opportunities. I'm glad he did, because he showed, like, yeah, I belong, in that kind of conversation. Like, but as far as a talent act, I didn't see this, but he was incredible this year. And he carried the company. Everybody's getting pulled up or is hurt, or, Vince doesn't really like that guy that much because, they think he's a stoner, or we don't want to push that guy because he's 330 pounds and he's black. It was an incredible year. He took on all challengers, and as a heel without, much shenanigans. Like, there was Undisputed Era and there was some of these matches, but, like, for the most part, it wasn't, oh my god, they're having a great match. Look to go look at the entrance because Baszler Goon is coming out to come fuck stuff up. So, I respect the hell out of him after this year. He was incredible. And he did most of this with, while recovering with the cast on, because he fucked up his wrist or his, hand.
That man wrestled like the last quarter of the year, like, with a fucked up wrist.
And that was the best time of his year. As far as, like, output. I mean, granted, I'm sure I'm sure Kenny comes into discussion, but, like, he may have been, like, the best wrestler in the world based on output in November. He was that damn good. Yeah, Imp, what are your thoughts on Cole this year?
Pretty much everything you two have just said, so.
We're taking all the air out of the room. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah, don't forget, with you two discovering me just sat here in silence, just like, I mean, yes. That's everything that they've said. What you said about November as well, not to spoil my top 10 later, but he appears on more than one occasion. He absolutely smashed it. He understood, I guess, at the end of it, as one of those top crop, which makes you think, like, we're in another pinnacle from NXT. He is one of those, like, numerous names where he's right up there, and is, like, elevating everybody around him. Like, when you look at, I guess, the juniors in New Japan, and you talk about Will Ospreay, how what's the phrase? Like, the rising tide lifts all ships.
Right.
Like, like, Will Ospreay's done that in the junior division in New Japan. Like, Adam Cole's done the exact same thing in NXT. Like, he has really become that guy. He's the linchpin for them. That's really elevating everything. And they, like, cemented Undisputed Era on, like, that first episode of NXT. Like, these are the guys at the top. They're your champions. And they're keeping everything together in NXT. And they're doing such a good job at making you want to see them get defeated, whilst also you watch them and go, oh, they're so cool and they're so good. They're so amazing. And like, even had this match with Pete Dunne at Survivor Series, that kind of cemented it for me as him as like being the most consistent output throughout the entire year. Because every other nominee either had a period injured or were kind of out for a little bit of time. Mm-hmm. Like Adam Cole, he was consistent all year long. Like match of the month nominee like every single month. And even if there's one that I didn't particularly get, I didn't like the 2 out of 3 Falls match. Wasn't my cup of tea.
Same.
But every other month, the one that was up there for match of the month, it truly deserved it. And like when he had that match against Pete Dunne at Survivor Series, that cemented it. Where even on the main roster, he had an Adam Cole NXT match, and blew everybody away. And that wasn't even like a top tier Adam Cole NXT match. It was. Like, just, like, I guess the comfortable 3.7 to, like, 3 to 4 stars kind of area. And it still blew everybody away. It was like, oh my god, this is incredible. And everyone else just sat there like, yeah, this is what they can do. Even the main roster guys, they can hit this level. They're just not allowed to. Yeah. Just get kind of flattened out and turned into, I guess, brands and names and things. Kind of just, they lose a lot of their fizz. And Adam Cole, he's not lost his fizz. Insert soda pop comparison.
Yeah, I just know Triple H and Shawn Michaels love this guy. Right. I could just tell. Like, as James mentioned, like I would have never seen Cole at this level. He's a interesting case because he doesn't do like. It's funny. I don't see him like a Cody type wrestler, but I don't see him like a big move guy either. He's like in the middle. So it's really weird with him. So, hell of a year though. Like I think he's unquestionably been the best guy in WWE. If you shoot him, you know, I don't know. Like they're in trouble.
Yeah. Especially when, I mean, in theory you say, all right, well then we just go with Riddle next, but like, look at how they've nerfed Riddle. You're just like, no, they wouldn't have gone with him next. I mean, the answer is probably Keith Lee after Vince tells Triple H what to do, right? But, you know, like
there's a reason that Triple H didn't want to push Keith Lee for whatever reason. I don't know what it is. I'm not speculating.
Weird. It was weird, but it made no sense.
They were doing a bunch of losses with him all year. He gets over, they're still doing losses with him. So it's like, what's going on here? Yeah. And then of course, like, he had the big feud with Dijak and they had all those matches and then no one won the feud. Like I'm just like, Roger Strong won the feud. So I'm like, I don't fucking know. Like,
yeah. Like, it definitely has parallels to what they, I mean, it's not as egregious, but like it definitely has parallels to like the Andrade and Ray thing, where it's like, yeah, like who had like what two wrestlers got together in a WWE ring this year and had 3 to 4 matches this year, and you say who had the 4 best matches, and some of the names you come up with, Lee Dijakovic, Andrade, Ray. All right, like, what was the storyline? What storyline? They just told go out there and wrestle. Yeah, so, I mean, is there any? Because I don't really watch NXT UK aside from like takeovers, so I really have nothing to say about it. Like, I really gave an honest shot at the beginning, and I got behind, but it was just. I just saw it, and at the beginning, a lot of it was just like, okay, like, I like when MASH stuff squashes people. The Joe Coffey thing does not intrigue me in any way, shape, or form.
Sorry, Ricky.
It is what it is. Like, Dunn comes out here, and every title match he has, or title defense he has, is great because he's great. But I'm not really I'm not really. I fell behind because there's something that it couldn't draw me in. Like, what were your thoughts on NXT UK this year, Imp?
So I'm kind of similar in that. So apologies to Vicky and Clive, the mega fans, but yeah, I'm in a similar boat where I was watching it routinely to begin with, but it was more when I was in a period when like my podcast was transitioning, so I was trying to find some kind of format, and I went with covering the network stuff. I think that's whilst you were still on LP Radio, so Raw and SmackDown was getting coverage at the time. And as soon as you guys left, I was like, I guess I can stop this. I might as well change my show as well. We can change the network. I might as well.
Stop faking.
So I just dropped the network stuff, and I've not watched much NXT UK or much 205 Live. I went in and out with NXT after that point. It wasn't until October where I properly picked it up again. And I forced myself to watch Raw and SmackDown. But NXT UK, I still watch the takeovers. They're still really, really good.
Yes.
If Clive bangs on about something enough, like Ricky and Clive won't shut up, I'm like, fine, I'll give it a go. I'll check it out. But other than that, I'm not really watching that routinely. I know how good most of the talent is on there because I've seen them outside of NXT UK. I don't really get behind a lot of them via NXT UK or kind of the work they're doing on there. It's more like I either already supported them or I saw something like in OTT in Ireland. They're still pumping out amazing stuff.
So basically what you're saying is like Devlin moves you in OTT fighting David Starr, not necessarily like fighting Finn Balor in January.
Yes.
Out of nowhere, right?
Like, it was still really good, but it was, nothing compared to that.
They uploaded that match for free on YouTube as well recently.
The Devlin and Star match?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, and I think, not to make everyone too excited, but Keith Lee versus Tomohiro Ishii from Rev Pro, I think is also on there for free. If you want to watch the big lads wrestling.
Excuse me?
You didn't know about this? 5-star match.
I had no idea such a thing existed. All right, well, that's the end of the show. Be sure to rate us on whatever. I can't wait to watch that. That is going to be awesome.
Yeah. It's on New Japan World, too. You can probably find it.
Well, to the internet once I get done with this podcast.
I think we got to talk about the NXT Women's Division.
They deserve it. Yeah, definitely.
They're way loaded up, and they finally gave a couple different people some chances. And of course, Shayna held the belt for a really long time. And what were your overall thoughts on the NXT Women's Division and them kind of crystallizing themselves this year after essentially having to rebuild?
Yeah, it was one of those where the feeling, as in on Twitter and everything, the feeling felt kind of similar to when Naito lost at Wrestle Kingdom. And there was one crowd like, oh my god, it's all falling apart, it's awful, I don't like it. And the other half were like, in Gedo we trust. This may take years, but in Gedo we trust, his time will come. And then you just have to repeat the same thing after every Wrestle Kingdom. Hopefully this year. But it was kind of similar to the in Gedo we trust thing, where it's like, they will rebuild, they will reach a certain status, it's just going to take time. And that's exactly what they've done. It's taken over the course of this year, they've got more and more solid, and now they're at an absolute, just overflowing with talent. It's kind of like, at one point they needed Shayna Baszler to keep everything together. Now it's like, there's no point of her even existing in NXT. She's done her work, she's elevated everybody else. What is there left for her to do? She's got the 4 horsewomen double trouble. It's coming up on the main roster, possibly. There's just no need for them to really stay in NXT anymore, especially with the amount of talent. And some of them have been repackaged, like Dakota Kai. She's her new gimmick is really, she's now right up there as one of the top girls. That feels weird. One of the top acts in NXT. She's really, really up there. Obviously, people like her and Tegan Knox, who I saw in the UK scene, I have got my own bias towards them. But everybody else, like Rhea Ripley, technically counts as another UK bias, but she's absolutely killed it. For me, the Women's War Games match was my favourite NXT War Games match out of all of them. I loved that match. I thought it was absolutely amazing. And they became one of the best things about the show every single week. And especially over the course of the year, it's kind of they're so solid every single week. And the takeovers, the Shayna Baszler has been an amazing champion. She's not someone you go to for 5-star match quality, But in terms of like doing the things that are important, like the person she is up against feels elevated as hell when they fight her. She feels like a big time champion. Well, she doesn't anymore, but she did. She did feel like a big time champion. I'd call this a top notch year for the women. They've rebuilt so damn well with Shayna Baszler as a linchpin, where they're so solid they don't even need her anymore. So I guess you could call it like an A+ year if I have to give it a grade. From like start to finish, you can see clear improvement, and they've ended on such a high.
Man, it's almost like, all that shit we used to see on Twitter, James, about the NXT Women's Division was cap.
I'm glad that you mentioned it, because I damn sure was going to mention it. At some point, I guess maybe like before WrestleMania, around that time.
Right after, I think.
Right after? Yeah, okay. Right after. There were complaints online about the women's division had no personality, they weren't doing anything with them, blah, 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 blah. And up to a point where, like, somebody that, like, I enjoy on Twitter asked, like, what is this person's personality? Like, or asked, like, what is Kyrie and Io's personality? And I had explained to her, like, Kyrie is his former Youth Olympics yachtsman that, is charismatic and one of the most charming baby faces of a generation. And she is the only person that successfully stood up to Shayna and her bullshit since Ember was sent packing out of NXT. And then I said, Io, and this is, yeah, you're right. This is after Io, after Shayna had that final match with Kyrie, where if Kyrie lost, she would never be able to get a title shot ever again. So that's what got her out. And I said about Io is the blue chip 5-star recruit that is like fighting for her friend that just got slain and took out the division. Sounds like compelling characters to me. I don't know. So you go from that point, and that's not even including, the whatever Bianca wants to be whenever she wants to be. If she wants to be a babyface, she's such a great charismatic athlete that she's lovable. Especially, you go back and look at the Phoenix match. They wanted her to win that belt. And she is so good at turning up the things that, I know gets people to not like, a Bianca Belair on the internet, and she turns it up and is just great.
I remember meeting her. I was like, thank you for being you. Well, I said like two things to her. I was like, I appreciate the hell out of you, what you do. Thank you for being you. And she knew exactly what I meant.
Right.
And it was just like, right. Shit was awesome. So.
Right. So then on the other end, you also have Mia, who is just, also on the Becky Lynch plan of just, and also Shayna plan of being an incredible storyteller in the ring while, like, having just shot knees. You're not, like, can't really do much as far as being a super athlete. Like, those days are behind you, but you have that mind and you have those hours in the ring rolling, and you know how to put a match together regardless of whatever happens. Then you throw in Rhea. Rhea has all the potential in the world to do anything she wants to do. She was a heel in NXT UK. She was a heel during the second Mae Young Classic, but she came in as a babyface to be the badass that knocks off Shayna, and she knocked out the park. I have some concerns about her. Sorry?
People call her My Time Triple H.
Wow, I never thought of that. Yeah, I've been calling her, the big dog Rhea Ripley for a while now, but whatever. So
I'll drop you.
Like,
I got to do that every time we talk about her.
But she came in immediate rocket strap, 100% success, maybe the best success in NXT this year, for someone just to come in and, like, people knew of her and they were just like, yes, she, like, Shayna has basically cleared out this whole all the challengers, the viable challengers. this is the one. If it's not her, you may as well bury this woman with the belt. Please win this fucking belt from this woman, Rhea. And Rhea's like, yes, I'll do that for you. I appreciate that. Yes, don't worry, I got this. Chill, I got this. Trust me. It's not like before. I'm telling you, I got this. And it was great. I actually watched that match, got around to watching that match finally, a few hours ago. It was great. I think it's the best match that, Shayna's ever had that didn't involve, a Joshi dead ringer. A dead ringer. Like, so yeah. Congratulations. I guess that was finishing, like, mission accomplished. Great match without Joshi. Without Japanese woman. Like, yes. So, you know, once you throw in, like, Candice, she finally was able to get some shine instead of just being in the background, playing the background. That match with Io, it's making my top 10 favorite matches of the year overall. I love that match. I'm so happy. She's finally get herself off the bench and be more than just Johnny's wife and just, you know, play as a pawn in his game of him being a damn moron and sucker for all of the mind games he fell for with Ciampa. So I'm glad for that. Dakota, we got to work on Dakota. We got to get Dakota some wins, but she's off to a nice start, and I can't wait for what happens with Tegan. But yeah, like, I thought this year, after the beginning of the year, hearing people make these complaints about the division and where it was going, like, and I guess they were making comparisons to the Horsewoman era. So I hate to tell y'all this. This division, 2019, was the best women's division in all of WWE history. Pick any, umbrella of WWE, pick any year. This was the best one. They had multiple feuds. They had more than just the top feud around the belt and the secondary feud, if we even get a secondary feud most of the years, or most of the time in, Raw or SmackDown. They had multiple things going on. Worlds were involved. Everybody was chasing after certain goals, whether it was vengeance or redemption or chasing after the belt. It was a fully fleshed out division. Bravo.
I think that's a good place to roll into our top 10s, unless there's anything else you guys can think of.
No. Top 10. Yep. So what we're going to do is we're going to go from... we're going to give our WWE / NXT top or / network top 10 matches. We're going to go from 10 to 1, and we're going to take turns alternating between 10, 10, 10, 9, 9, 9, and so forth. So, Imp, your go.
Right, 10. We've already mentioned this match, which is quite a nice way to go into it. The NXT Cruiserweight Championship, Lio Rush versus Angel Garza.
Which one? The first one or the second one?
Yeah, easily makes my list for being the only match where a man went up to another man's wife and got heat by taking off his trousers. Just like...
Okay, so the first one. Okay.
Just posing.
Great match. Great match.
And, yeah, that's before any of the wrestling happened. Just like, no, that's pop of the year. Yeah. No. Screw Hiromu's return. That got the biggest reaction out of me. Him doing that to another man's wife. Oh, that is such a fantastic match. And then, of course, they wrestled like the perfect cruiserweight back and forth as well. It was easily in my top 10. Absolutely loved it. Great
match. I loved the rematch too, and I also loved Leo's match with Tozawa. That he was great. Like, I wish he had held on to it a little longer, but no complaints. Garza was awesome as well. Rich, number 10.
Number 10, I'm going to go with Io Shirai versus Shayna Baszler in the cage match, where Io did the big moonsault off the top. I want to say I gave it 4.25 at the time. Io eventually snaps, turns heel at the end. Lots of interference, lots of gaga. I normally hate cage matches, but I think this is like one of the better ones that has ever happened in WWE.
Yeah. Like, when she's bashing her head, and then she falls through because she's concussed. I was furious.
Yeah, amazing finish also.
Just furious. I'm sick of her with this fucking belt. Come off the belt. Okay, so number 10 for me.
And that match, I knew it was taped. I knew the finish ahead of time.
Ooh, so. I didn't. I wish he had told me so I would have not watched that shit. I was so angry. So, number 10 for me, Pete Dunne versus Walter, NXT UK title match, TakeOver New York. This is the first WWE match I ever saw out of Walter. I had heard of the reputation, I had seen some of his matches or whatever else, and then I knew he was in there with Dunn, and I knew that it was TakeOver, and I was like, I don't know how many, back and forths they're going to have, but I think the title is about to change. And in the middle of the match, I'm like, this title is definitely changing. Walter's awesome. And, Dunn went out on the sword in like this honorable way. Like he was this guy that always had like these incredible defenses and always had this sense of tough motherfucker that enjoyed being champion and fought to defend that belt with everything he had. And, he takes a power bomb and gets splashed on. It's a wrap, but loved the match. Loved it. Imp, number 9.
Number 9, a match from WWE television. Just to shock everybody. But you can pick one of I guess a string of matches, but I guess the one I'll go for is 2 out of 3 falls. Andrade versus Rey Mysterio. The series those two guys had was fantastic.
Yes. That was the second one.
So the second one.
I know that because that one of those are on my list. But
yeah, it was like all the spots you've seen. I guess if you watched Lucha Underground and you saw what Rey Mysterio was doing there, it's kind of like he brought that into WWE for his matches with Andrade, who brought his incredible CMML ability with him. And together it was like a perfect mix. It was absolutely fantastic. I guess one issue is they did have to TVify it a little bit. So you go from like really low, nothing's happening into high paced spots because it's about time to go to the advert, so we don't want anyone to tune away. But it still worked for me. I really enjoyed those matches. Made SmackDown watchable. Like, I was really looking forward to those portions every single week when they were doing it. There's no story to it. There was just these two guys are really good at doing the wrestling. I'm like, yeah, I could get down with that. Like, we don't see that enough in WWE. Buddy Murphy versus Aleister Black, they're doing that kind of now. Personally, I just preferred Andrade Mysterio. Maybe I'm a bigger fan of the Lucha Libre than the Kicking Hard.
The Kicking Hard. Rich, number 9.
I will go with Matt Riddle versus Velveteen Dream from NXT TakeOver New York. Riddle looked like a fucking killer in this match. I remember being in the top row of the Barclays Center and just seeing how much people were cheering for Velveteen Dream in this match, and Riddle kind of got put in a weird situation, so he turned it way the fuck up. He was aggressive, and Dream caught him slipping at the end because they were still trying to protect Riddle, but this was a hell of a match, and I think Riddle had another match that's going to be on my list after this, but this was like the mini version of that match. So I loved this match. Entrances, the gear that Riddle showed up in, they were in Brooklyn. I think he came out with the pinstripes on, so it was tight, like all the way around, whole presentation.
Yeah. Dream also came out with the Statue of Liberty thing.
Oh, yes.
Goofball.
Yep.
Yeah, number 9 for me. Becky Lynch versus Sasha Banks, Raw Women's Hell in a Cell match from Hell in a Cell. They've figured out all of these neat, cool ways in innovative spots in this match. It was the culmination of their feud, which, unfortunately only went 2 months. I wish it had went longer. But they got their money's worth in that cage. And Sasha, I'm so happy that she got a second chance in the cage. Cause, you already know if you're a man, you're going to get a bunch of cracks at it. Like Roman Reigns and Seth Rollins, they're going to get Hell in a Cell matches until, they're probably got like 4 more for the rest of her career. Sasha, she had the one. All of the stuff she tried with Charlotte the first time just fell apart. This one, she's like, I'm not going to get fucked by the table. Fuck you. I don't care if you are the table. I'm going to do a bunch of spots where I don't have to worry about the table just, screwing up my match. And it was great. Number 8, Imp.
Number 8, I have got, up for the first appearance, Adam Cole.
Baby!
I'm going to have to do that pause every time now. So, Adam Cole. Too quick.
My bad. I was going to let you live. My bad.
I said every time. Versus Pete Dunne at Survivor Series for the NXT Championship. I said earlier, this was the match that cemented his kind of positioning as like the linchpin of NXT, and to deliver at this level on a main roster pay-per-view, like for me, This match, I think I said earlier, like it wasn't anything more for me than a 4-star kind of match.
Mm-hmm.
But that didn't matter. It proved a point, and it really elevated because NXT status on the card. Which, if we take anything away from Survivor Series, like NXT came out feeling like a big deal, which is obviously the point of it. And Adam Cole versus Pete Dunne was such a huge factor in that. When they came out, the crowd didn't seem to really care. But when the match went on, like it was almost standing ovation kind of noise. It was incredible. So yeah, easy. Yeah, as soon as I saw that, that's easily on my top 10 for WWE. Overall, we'll wait and see. WWE, yeah.
Okay, so number 8 for me, Daniel Bryan versus Kofi Kingston, WWE title match, WrestleMania 35. Yes, I'm breaking the seal. I'm putting it out here at 8. Love the match. Love the presentation. I saw it at a point where, I don't give it. I'm glad that people love the match so much. It's has a huge higher. There's a lot higherly. That's not a word. It's higher rated on Cage Match than I would have initially thought. I think that has to do with the amount of momentum that match had. But I went to WrestleMania weekend that week, and I don't know how many matches I saw as good or better than that, but it was a few of them. But those matches I hold in high regard, and this made my list. It probably would have been higher had not been for the back end and like that bittersweetness of them, building to that moment and then immediately undoing it over the months and weeks with Dolph Ziggler and So yeah, but anyway, in the moment, it was a great match, presentation, super happy. Kofi got his classic. Daniel Bryan added to the list of classics to let you know regardless of however they've treated me in this company, don't let you ever forget that, I was one of the all-time greats in this company's history, and whatever happens after that, that's up for the fans to decide. But the damn sure ain't gonna be up to the company. So, number 7, Imp.
For the NXT UK Championship, Walter versus Tyler Bate from NXT. Oh, there's whatever it was called, the second UK takeover.
Cardiff.
Or third. Cardiff. That was it. Yeah. This one, it was one of those where for some reason on the day I just wasn't feeling it. I've seen the card itself had done pretty well, and the tag team match had really put loads of energy into it all. But I wasn't really feeling the main event when it came on. But it just built and built and built and built to such an incredible degree where, again, it's one of those where for final 5-10 minutes, it's so back and forth that the crowd are on their feet. It's going crazy for it, for every single near fall. And I remember with the coverage on LP Radio, I can't remember who covered it at all, but some of the Brits covered it, and they kind of thought personally that they thought it went 10 minutes, maybe a bit too long. Whilst for me, those last 10 minutes were perfect.
Right.
That was the thing that took it to that next level for me. Where there's a point where the match normally ends, and for me, this match did manage to take it to that next level, which is
Kobe system over the top.
Yeah, it's so difficult to do that, and the fact that they did it, and they'd gone so long at that point. I'm talking about New Japan of this era. That's the thing New Japan do. Mm-hmm. They take it to that what you think is the top level, then the final 10 minutes go above and beyond. And Walter Tyler Bate, for me, they did that. And to do that in the WWE system is even more kudos to you.
You want to know a little secret about the WWE system? They don't do that shit on the network. They just do that shit on the main roster, and then they wonder why. ... Yeah. Number 7 for you, Rich.
Number 7, the Elimination Chamber match for the WWE Championship, where Daniel Bryan defended and pinned Kofi Kingston at the end. I went through a big range of emotions watching this match. I talked about it immediately after, I believe. I don't know if it was a solo show I did or if we did one together, but I
think you did. I think you may have done it with either solo or you did it with Jeremy. I can't remember.
Okay, I think I might have did it with Jeremy. I'm not sure, but I really loved the end of this match, and it was we didn't know if the whole Kofi Kingston how long it was going to last. But the last 5 minutes were the magic of pro wrestling, and Daniel Bryan being a fucking master, Kofi Kingston being a master at that point, and it was like, it was the Black experience. Like, it felt like, you know, and it ended up being the first step in the story to get to the title. Somebody had to lose, of course. It would have been nice had he just won the belt there, right? But then you don't get WrestleMania. So,
Right.
you know, I thought, like, this was like the best Elimination Chamber match of all time. So, yeah.
Number 7 for me, Ricochet versus Johnny Gargano for the NXT North American title at TakeOver Phoenix. This was the semi-main event. And the reason why I brought up the fact that it was semi-main event, because after that they had to do Ciampa versus Aleister Black, and I'm sure they had to feel like Triple H and Randy Orton at WrestleMania 25. They went out there and they fucking smoked the place out. Love the match, love the story. Johnny's teetering between, you know, falling for Ciampa's bullshit again, and wanting to win the titles. Tired of being Johnny Loser. And he's like, I'm Johnny Wrestling, I'm gonna go out here and I'm gonna out wrestle this guy, damn it. And then Ricochet proceeds to kick his ass. He just out wrestles him left and right. And then he gets the opportunity to, he actually ends up outside. He ends up taking the foam roll preventative stuff, the mats off of the floor. And he's like, should I DDT this dude? Nah, I'm Johnny Gargano. I got this. Ricochet whoops his ass some more. Johnny reaches a point of desperation where he does a top rope Rana, and this fucking guy lands on his feet. The crowd, like, comes to his feet in Rana of applause and the standing ovation because he just landed on his feet after catching a top rope Rana. They know what to cheer for in takeover crowds. I don't know what to tell you. Anyway, match continues. Johnny gets desperate again. He's like, fuck, I can't do it my own way. I'm gonna drop this dude in his head with a DDT on the floor. Does it. DDTs him through the ropes onto the mat again. Finally wins himself an individual belt. Later on the night, after Ciampa retains his title, the night ends with those two on the ramp holding up belts together, and you're just wondering, like, where's this headed? And it was going to head somewhere magical, but, you know, apparently Ciampa's neck said, I'm not doing a job for this fucking guy, Johnny. I'm out of here. So, it is what it is. Number 6, Imp.
Number 6, my first women's match, and it's on the main roster. Becky Lynch versus Asuka at the Royal Rumble, right at the start of the year. The very first pay-per-view match of the year as well. Yeah, and it easily deserves that high back. I don't think I've actually got, I don't know, it doesn't matter. I just read my own list. I just read my own list incorrectly, so that's fine. It bodes well for the picture. But Becky Lynch and Asuka, they for some reason, I felt like it was kind of like a open and shut case all night as to what was going to happen. That doesn't mean that was bad. That's why this is like not in my top 5 personally, just because of that. There was not as much emotion because you're kind of like, well, because of what I want to happen, that means Becky Lynch must lose here. And they did a really good job of kind of making you forget that a bit. That's something that I praise Okada for, where in his title defense is that he is 100% winning. In the last 5-10 minutes, you kind of forget about that and you just enjoy the match as it swings back and forth. This match did the same here, and I was never expecting Asuka to flat out make Becky Lynch tap. That was like a surprise of, oh crap, they've put Asuka over. At the time, that seemed like they would go somewhere with it. Nope. In the moment, that felt like, oh crap, they've just put Asuka over pretty big here. That is momentous. It's a shame that didn't last past this night, but it was that in the moment, it was like, not only are the 4 horsewomen being put over, they've actually put over Asuka as well, and in the moment, she felt like a bigger star as everybody else, and that was awesome. Such a great back and forth match as well. You always get thumbs up in my book when you do crazy spot off the apron onto the floor. See Cody versus Kota Ibushi, the crazy Ibushi. But they, they opened Royal Rumble in hell of a fashion, and it's easily my matches of the night on that particular night as well. Enjoyed that so much.
Yeah, like it's like, wow, they are pushing Asuka like as if she is one of the 5 greatest like women performers in this company's history. How nice of them. Nope. Psych. All right.
We kid.
Yeah. Number 6, Rich.
So number 6, Matt Riddle versus Roderick Strong from NXT TakeOver 25. So fast paced, so hard hitting. This was a G1 match, put in fucking May or whenever they had that match. Roderick Strong being the epitome of can't go back. Matt Riddle being I'm every bit as tough as you. I'm from the UFC, but like don't get this shit twisted. I am a wrestler now, but we can come out here and do whatever you want to do. And this was like they were working at the highest possible professional wrestling level while clearly knowing it's not a shoot. Like, it's not a shoot, but it feels like it. Like, it was just like, yo, we gonna find out who's the best, who's the man. Like, that's what this was. And I was like, yo, put every fucking belt there is on Riddle. Like, that's why I'm like, you know, but they didn't obviously do that. Shame on them. But, yeah, that match was fucking incredible.
Yeah. No rest holds.
Correct.
Okay, so number 6 for me, more can't go back. Roger Strong versus Keith Lee versus Dominik Dijakovic, North American title match from NXT on October 23rd. It was too hard for me to pick between the first and the second Dijak and Lee match, so I was like, let me just pick the best one they had of any matchup, and I ended up went with this one. Incredible 3-way. It's those two Goliaths or those two kaijus fighting this little puny dude. This little puny dude is just made out of iron, like how Drago said about Rocky and Rocky 4. And they're just continuing, and they're beating the hell out of this little dude until they can get their shot to fight each other to finally get a decisive winner. And once they took that little dude out and cleared him on the floor, they proceeded to go into that fucking ring and go nuts. And it was great. It was every bit as great as the other stuff they had did earlier in the year. Like Keith Lee that night, like, just solidified himself as like, no, yes, you haven't been pushing me, but you've been making mistakes. I am that guy. When he did the fucking, for lack of a word, the old 2015 before the ACL tear, Seth Rollins, running flip dive over the top rope to the floor. I was like, he's doing this at 330 pounds. Seth ain't even thought of trying this, since he blew out his knee. He's incredible. Dijak's incredible. Roddy, his resume speaks for himself. His framework speaks for himself. Love the match. Number 5, Imp.
I will just say, Keith Lee versus Dijakovic, if you want to see earlier, like last year or so, PWG, they tore it up every single time. It was amazing. It was like seeing a PWG match in NXT. Yes, that's awesome to say. Number 5, second for Becky Lynch. Becky Lynch versus Sasha Banks from Hell in a Cell. It's already been brought up earlier as well. It was like the perfect final match of their feud. It built up. For me, the thing that really added to it was they hadn't mucked up the story, and it had flowed really well to this match. Like, when they're good, they're good. It's just that they've been so infrequent with that over this year. But the Hell in a Cell was like the peak for me in terms of constant good build. That was the peak for the women's division on the main roster for me in WWE. It didn't feel like their biggest, but it was the best, most consistent thing about it. And the match itself was so creative. Like, it was one of the most creative Hell in a Cell matches I've seen for ages. Like, especially when we come out where at the start of the decade we're talking about, it was a Hell in a Cell match with Sheamus, I think, I want to say someone. And he did, it might have been. It's the one where he does like the Irish curse backbreaker thing where he does it onto the knee or whatever, but he does that on the steel steps. So, like, you're doing the move onto your knee. Why is it on the steel steps?
That's like the WWE brain rot of like, yeah, do your submission on top of the table, because then people will be like, oh, you did it on top of the table. It's the same fucking move.
But to say we started the decade with that, and
Bret Hart wouldn't have done no fucking sharpshooter on the table. I know that. What's the point, Vince?
Go ahead, Imp.
I'm going to stop coughing myself. So with it was really inventive match. There was none of that in this match. It was like the most iffy you got was them lining up to do an awesome powerbomb spot onto a table. Like that's the It all went smoothly as well. To say how mental some of the stuff they did was, and there was anything could have gone wrong. And we kind of did see that with I want to say Charlotte versus Sasha in Hell in a Cell.
Yes,
they were trying out new stuff. It didn't quite go to plan. This match it did. And you can see like how creative they are and how much that really lends itself to this idea. When you don't get creative, these matches are boring. When you're just plodding about doing stuff. Like if I want to watch a match where they're hitting each other with chairs, just why is this Hell in a Cell match? Like that kind of thing. But yeah, they did the stipulation justice. Cough, cough, main event. They did stipulation justice.
Boy.
Yikes.
So, my number 6 will be Candice LeRae.
I want to be 5.
I thought this was 6.
I just did 5, yeah.
Oh, shit. Do I have one too many? Again?
Oh, Lord.
Good God. Alright, so some will just had to get cut. But
no, we'll let you. We'll say this is 5.5.
Okay. So
go twice.
Okay. So I will go with Candice LeRae versus Io Shirai at number 6, and this was a fast-paced, explosive match. And Io Shirai had recently turned heel, whole new aura. Even looked different. Like, it's like in the face. Like, I don't know what it is. But when she turned, she started wearing black, the new music, everything just came together for her to start showing, yeah, I'm probably the best wrestler around this bitch now. So, it doesn't matter she ain't the champion because, they had an agenda with Shayna Baszler and everything like that. But, it was nice to see Candice LeRae show up. She's not the youngest wrestler in the world, and she's just hanging around NXT forever and ever and ever without really getting a chance to show what she can do. And them rolling out of bed, essentially, and, putting that match on, it for me, it was like, this is incredible. I love this. Why can't all the women wrestle at this level? And it's easy to sometimes, like you'll see people take the safe route of just praising the women simply for being there. And I refuse to do that because I feel like that's a disservice to a lot of the women that are like great, like Io Shirai, and like they don't need a handout or like pity or, like when I got Carmella running around the main roster on this bitch, like I'm not about to just praise her, simply because, it's nice she's on the card. Like, no, like, why are there restrictions? And this is a perfect match to ask those questions. Like, why does it seem like there's, these restrictions? And it's a longer conversation, but I love this match a lot. So my other match would be Walter versus Pete Dunne. This was like, yo, you got a homeboy that's like in over his head and he just can't win. But you realize that your homeboy's about to fight his ass off, and you get a little bit more respect for him out of what he's about to go through because he's like, I'll fight him. Like, y'all ain't got to fight him. I'll go fight him. And him was Walter. Like, so. So this was just like, oh, man, that was my favorite match of the night. And it was just like, yo, Pete Dunne's been this, actually, as you mentioned earlier, he's been this excellent champion, and there's no one better for him to lose this title to.
Yeah. Like, I don't care if you ask me, I don't want her to ever lose that belt.
Yeah, I look.
Bury him with it. I don't, seriously.
Like, unless you can have Jordan Devlin take it off him eventually, I agree.
Yeah. Like, if he loses, it needs to be like Yokozuna, casket match versus Undertaker, where like 30 people come out to stop him. That's it. Yeah, so for me, my number 5 is Rey Mysterio versus Andrade on SmackDown Live on January 15th. See, if I told you I knew which one you was talking about. This was the first match. We did the replay, the LOP show where we recounted, covered SmackDown and Raw, segment by segment. And we ended up chopping.
What were we thinking?
I don't know. But this is one of the times where we didn't feel like complete dumbasses. we ended up chopping up the segment where we talked about this match, and it went 7 minutes, where I recapped the match, almost move by move. You know, they wrestled too fast for me to recap all of it, but it was so awesome. I remember saying at the end of it, like, for a minute, like, I felt like I was watching Ray vs. Eddie as a kid. It was awesome. Just loved it. I mean, I don't know. I can't heap enough praise upon this match. It was like the best main roster match I saw, like, in my opinion, probably like since 2015 during the John Cena Open Challenge run. It was just great. So Imp number 4.
The Elimination Chamber WWE Championship match. Rich has already... Was it Rich or was it...
Yeah.
Rich. Oh, yeah, it was Rich. Yeah, talked about it earlier. And for me, it was such a well-told story. I just fell in love. It's like, if you didn't already support the guy, you kind of like fell in love with Kofi Kingston at that moment. Yeah. And it was like the greatest accident of the year. It's just... It was meant to be Mustafa Ali. I don't know. I think apparently the rumour was that Kofi just got his booking, essentially, for those 2 matches. Don't know what... the idea for WrestleMania was Kevin Owens versus Daniel Bryan, which would have been like a really short build. So that's what they were going to do. But then Kofi Kingston did so well on SmackDown and the building to this pay-per-view. It's kind of like... In terms of like praising WWE this year, I have to 100% just praise them so much for going in with Kofi Kingston and for dancing the line of his story so well, so that is like, there's the story that's being told, and then there's the story that, the story that's being told. And they dance that line so damn well, where if you were too of a certain way to not notice the second story that was being told... Yeah. Then
why is Vince stopping this dude from getting his daddy's belt? That's weird. Yeah. What did Kofi ever do? ...
What does he mean by you people? Does he just mean mid-carders? Like, no.
Tag team wrestlers? Like, I don't...
Yeah. Like, does the B and B plus player stand for black?
What would B plus be? That's it, please. But with... So they tell that story so damn well that they dance that line, and if you didn't have to see both stories to follow it and get really into it. And for me, that was like one of the reasons he got so over with so many people, with such a wide variety of people as well. That there's so many different stories going on at the same time. There's so many different layers to it. And at Elimination Chamber, it did feel like this is the big moment he'll get. Like, obviously, with the way that match went, you kind of had like, I think they're going to go with WrestleMania with this. But at the time, he didn't really know that. And he just had a fantastic build, and he's still with WWE in their short-term kind of mindset. So kind of like, it's probably just go to Elimination Chamber, and but by the end of it, you're like, oh damn, I think he's going to challenge at WrestleMania. That's amazing. But you also, at the same time, they managed to kind of get you to cry with Kofi as well at the end, with the New Day kind of patting his back, saying that he did a good job, and they didn't go off air, which was like the key point for it, really. If they had gone off air with Daniel Bryan celebrating and you see the shot with Kofi kind of crying on the steps, and that's what they go off with, rather than New Day comforting him, like, that really sent the entire match home for me. One of my biggest emotional roller coasters of the year, watching that match.
No doubt.
All right, Rich, you're number 4?
Number 4, I'm going to go with Johnny Gargano versus Ricochet. This was like, the guy that's run NXT versus the guy who I think is the best guy in NXT. Was like, Ricochet, like, these guys have run it in Dragon Gate and other smaller scales, and then here was like, they're finally here on the same level. This is an all-star game. This is a meeting of rivals in the NBA Finals. It feels like it was like, this is fast as Rich Lattice Pro Wrestling for sure, 100%. Just short of a 5, I would give this one. And I thought, Ricochet's, I feel like his NXT time kind of like it was here and gone in a flash, right? Yeah. It felt like he should have won the NXT title at some point. Maybe they had their direction, maybe not. But
gotta move him up after 1 year. Gotta get him up for the main roster so you can be a lower mid-card guy.
Yeah. And Ricochet was insanely protected. I believe this was his first match that he lost in NXT.
It was.
And Johnny finally like got the stink off him because he's a fucking loser. Like, so like it was good to see him like in victory. He had to kind of go outside of himself, and I don't know how that felt for people that really got attached to the Johnny Gargano babyface character, but they were clear, as James mentioned, like they were headed somewhere. We don't know where they were headed, but it seems like a lot of stuff was going well for him. And for me, this is top tier professional wrestling with these two.
Yeah. Number 4, Johnny Gargano versus Adam Cole, NXT title match, TakeOver 25. Great match. Bell to bell, better match than the New York match. It just flowed together so much better to just let them go out there without having to beat each other a bunch of times or twice to get to the final. It just let time get the fans' urgency and the escalation of the moves. I mean, you get a freaking Panama Sunrise off of the apron onto the floor. So much stuff. I think that, I don't know if this is the best WWE singles match ever, but it's got to be in the discussion. And like, when I say it's in discussion, I mean, you got the Andrade match from New Orleans last year. Those are the two that come to my mind for like best wrestled wrestling matches in the ring. And also this Bate match from this year as well. Like, they're just incredible. I don't know how the hell these guys keep getting better at wrestling every single year, but they managed to do it. And I don't know what the hell wrestling's going to look like 5-10 years from now, but at the rate we're going, like, we're going to start just seeing people start having 6.5 star matches on the Meltzer scale in WWE, and then we're going to be watching the main roster doing whatever the fuck they're doing, and I don't know.
Going in reverse.
Yeah. Yeah. So, Imp, number 3.
Right, top 3. So these are good. So, I write columns. So, number 3, I've already mentioned this one earlier, Women's War Games. This was again, I said it earlier, that this was my favourite War Games match NXT has done by quite a considerable margin. I was one of those people kind of going crazy. I guess it's when Dakota Kai turned on Tegan Nox, because it just injected something. It was already building really nicely, and that from that moment on, the crowd were just crazy for everything. Like, because quite often in these matches, you'll have your peak moment whilst you're waiting for everybody to come down. Like, it'll peak and then kind of go down a bit as someone enters, and then the heels get a bit on top and they're just stomping about, walking about for a bit. This match never died down after that, like, midway point when they did that, and it just built and built. And again, it had that message at the end, which led into Rhea Ripley winning the title. Like, she pins Shayna Baszler in quite devastating fashion. And it's the fact that they had to do the 2 versus 4 the entire time as well. Like, it was all a handicap. Yes. Yeah, and they came off like absolute badasses. And it was such a well-told story. And the fact that the way that they did it as well, it didn't feel corny. Because if you do 2 versus 4, they could just like take out the henchman kind of stuff.
Boy.
Yeah, but they didn't do that. They avoided that. And to be able to dance that line...
Imagine if they had Roman Reigns in there doing 2 versus 4. This should have backfired, and it didn't.
Yeah. Just every move going, the big dog! The big dog!
Well, it does help. Well, it does help when you can start out the match with like, oh yeah, let's just have Io and Candice starting the match.
Oh, that doesn't hurt, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, and can't forget, Io did do the moonsault off the cage as well, so automatic 5 stars.
Yes, and after she lands, you can see her smiling. Like,
that flipping nailed it.
If she wasn't going to do a moonsault, why is she here?
Right, pretty much.
Not to limit you and simplify you down, Io, but that is what you're doing tonight.
Right. It's like, I think I said to Rich, is like, she's going to do a moonsault off the top of the thing. Like, I've seen her do moonsaults off of higher spots before. Like, if you've seen Lucha Underground, you've seen her do that as well, off a higher spot. Like, it was just inevitable. And they got the spot. It's a great match. You're right. Great match.
Io, Kairi, and third person versus Pentagon Jr. for an entire episode.
Mayu Iwatani.
That's the one. Oh, that was Iwatani. Sorry, I didn't realise that was my... Anyway, that match is amazing. Go watch that one. that explains why the match was so good. Didn't realise it was her.
Yep. Yep.
But yeah, Women's War, easily my favourite War Games match. For me, this easily eclipsed the men's one as well, which that one had the craziest spot of the night, but just like the overall kind of pacing of this match was so much better, because the men's one had what I was talking about earlier, where the heels would get on top and just stomp about for a bit, then they'd switch and all baby faces, then it goes back to heel stomping about. Like, this match didn't have that, and it was the handicap situation that really gave it that oomph. And of course, when you're painting Rhea Ripley as a badass, this match did it perfectly.
Yeah, like I do enjoy the fact that like they won 2-4, but like at the same time, like Bianca and Io, don't take this pin. Shayna, you eat this pin. I loved it. Like, cause I was like, they're gonna pin like Bianca, aren't they? Nope, pin the champion. Set it up. I love it. Rich, number 3.
Number 3, Daniel Bryan versus Kofi Kingston, WrestleMania 35. This is quite possibly the most impactful WWE match that I've ever seen in my life. Like, what it meant to me, what it, felt like watching it. Kofi Kingston had 11 years on his gear. Kofi Kingston's never been one of my favorite wrestlers or anything like that. I'm not going to come out here and lie, right? But I've always liked what he did. I always thought he was a solid guy that was around. And this match feels like how wrestling kind of used to be. Like, you went with what was peaking, at the time in the calendar. You went with something that, you found it'll work and people will accept. It wasn't forced. It was just wrestling. Like, Daniel Bryan landed the plane of Kofi Mania. That just kind of, we don't get those moments and, all the subtext. And I believe it was the last column that I wrote for Lords of Pain. I was like, this is the challenging story that we've demanded out of WWE. And they kind of backed off on some of the elements that I raised the closer they got to it. But it was there the whole time. There's a reason that MVP and, Shad from Crime Time were crying online. Like, me and Jeremy were hugging each other. Crying, watching the finish of this match. And it was just like, this just made me feel so good. And, the whole time I was waiting for Daniel Bryan to get fucked the whole year. He's in a title match at the Royal Rumble so he can fucking lose, and then, whatever. And then he fucking keeps the belt. Obviously, and they obviously had no opponent for him, really. Like, and, to see Daniel Bryan add on to the list of like, yo, I'm back inside of a year. I'm in a title match. Should have main evented, flat out. Y'all know what it is at this point. We talked about how good it was, how the bill was, but this was like, this is perfect pro wrestling as well. A babyface that everyone loves, the crowd going fucking insane, the heel losing clean, getting the fuck out of there, and this dude like celebrated with his kids and his friends, and it was just like, it's so fucking easy. Do it more.
Number 3 for me, Candice LeRae versus Io Shirai, TakeOver Toronto 2. I love this match. I love the fact that, like, they let the women, like, they didn't treat them with kids' gloves like they do in a lot of these women's matches, even the good ones in WWE. They let them hit each other and and let them fall from spots or whatever else. And I think that's a credit to the fact that Io is crazy and so is Candice. And they put together a great match. I'm going to save this for later because this match is definitely making my my top 10 favorite overall, and I'm going to gloat even further on this. So I'm just going to save it. So I'm just going to savor it. Number 2 for you, Imp.
Number 2, Adam Cole versus Johnny Gargano, TakeOver New York. So for me, it was a very different experience I expected to most, because I was ill as hell, bedridden for WrestleMania weekend. So if something was good, well, for this match, I was in and out of it. For the entire show, I was in and out of it. This match woke me up at like 3 or 4 a.m. whenever it aired. I'm in and out of sleep, ill as hell, can't concentrate on anything. But it's WrestleMania weekend and I'm meant to be podcasting and writing about stuff, so I forced my way through Invisible Man versus Invisible Stan. Honourable mention for this list. That was arguably the match I had the most fun with this year. I absolutely love that one. But this match again at like 3 a.m. woke me the hell up, and I enjoyed every single minute with it. The crowd were insane; they were so electric for this match. I didn't have an experience like that for the entire year, where I was just gone, and then this match happened, and I was so awake. Like, it's almost religious in the way that it woke me up. Like the preachers got to you, like, hallelujah, this is amazing, yes, this is fantastic. And I'm not religious. It got that experience out of me, which is just amazing. It's one of those moments where you just, like, I'm going to remember this for such a long time, just the way that it made me feel. And I have not gone back and watched it because I fear it's not as good as I remember it on that night. I'm just going to stick with it. It's one of my favourite experiences of the year, watching this match. And it was like for me, the arrival of Adam Cole here as well. Like, finally he's able to put on not just a good match or a great match, just like cementing as a top performer in NXT kind of level match. All the stars in the world for this. All of them.
So number 2 for me will be Walter versus Tyler Bate from NXT TakeOver Cardiff. Everything that you said about that I said about Pete Dunne and Walter, but like even more, because like Tyler Bate just does like physically freaky stuff, and he's so explosive, and you wanted it a lot. You really wanted him to beat this big fucker, but it just wasn't meant to be. Like, yo, this was like, as Imp mentioned earlier, like the last like 10 minutes, like this match was going on a really long time, but then it got so good that it didn't matter. And you know me, I'll watch a show if it goes long as fuck, if it's great, I don't care. Like, or if it's a match, as long as it's fucking great, I don't care. Just don't come out here and suck and then go forever. Like, this was over 5 stars. This was like, that last 10 minutes is just like, it's just magic. We don't see matches like that all the time. This was, I remember this was the same day as AEW All Out, and I'm like, well, whatever, it's NXT UK, like, it's not like, you know, anything to like it's another show that's happening, and this was the same day as the New Japan show, and you know, and this was clearly the best match I saw all day that day. So it was like, it was a hell of a testament to those guys for that.
Number 2 for me, Walter versus Tyler Bate, NXT UK title match in TakeOver Cardiff. Everything Rich just said. There was a point where watching all that wrestling, those 3 shows that on that Saturday, and that match happens and it keeps going and you're just enjoying it, and you're just like, he's just beating the hell out of this little dude, and this little dude keeps getting up and keeps getting up, and there's a point where there's a power bomb into the where Walter power bombs Bate into the post, and then the match keeps going, and then like he gets you to believe, and he kicks it 1, and the match is just incredible, and it's just incredible. I mean, I don't think there's, you know, I don't think I've ever seen even 10 matches in my life to where that last third of that match just had me just like on the edge of my seat, eyes bugged out, just like, you know, just basically melting in the seat. Just an incredible match, masterful. Ultimate, I think it's the greatest big man, little man match I've ever seen. Like, I'm sorry, Shawn, I'm sorry, Undertaker, hold this L. You held on the title for a long ass time with me, but this one surpassed it. Love this match. It's making my top 10 overall. Imp, number 1 for you?
Right, number 1, it's been talked about, I guess, to death already across these top 10s, but Daniel Bryan versus Kofi Kingston. It's the one story all year where they hit every single beat perfectly. There was not one thing really wrong with this at all. Especially with the final match as well. Every single beat in that match was the right beat at the right time. And you can tell they've got someone who's so damn smart in Daniel Bryan, who's apparently, like, in the build-up to WrestleMania, just like, I am not winning this. I refuse to win. This is essentially the story that was coming out. He was pushing it so hard for Kofi to win. And obviously he wouldn't have been the only one. And it was, you could see that in this match, like, it was built by somebody, like, with Daniel Bryan, I wouldn't be surprised to hear how involved he was in the structure of this match. Because this wasn't just, I guess, somebody who's wise enough to, I'm going to hit these beats. It was someone like Daniel Bryan who is so wise to wrestling that they know perfectly what you do when to get that exact perfect reaction. And especially with the story of what they were telling as well, of Kofi Kingston proving himself on the level against somebody who is a proven champion in Daniel Bryan. It was perfection in terms of storytelling, in terms of wrestling, in all the nerdy stuff in the sidelines as well. Execution as well. Like, I enjoyed it so much, I don't really remember anything too bad, but it was just pulled off flawlessly as well. You really got to see that Kofi Kingston, for me to set the bar so damn high, because not only did he look good, it was like he kept up with Daniel Bryan, because there were so many fast sequences as well, and these weren't like fast high flying stuff. Like, no, this is fast wrestling as well. Like, Daniel Bryan's doing a wrestling match here. This isn't just big story beat, or big high spot. Like, they told a story, and it was, again, told flawlessly, and
it's amazing. You can tell a story while still having a great fucking match at the same time.
Yeah.
People seem to forget this often.
Yeah, like, if you split it up into all of those different categories, I guess, and if you do it like skill or entertainment or whatever, and this for me was 5s across the board because they nailed every single one of it. And kudos to both guys as well. And I got taken on the roller coaster ride. It was purely because the thing they played off really well was the past in terms of what's happened in this company before, and they played with that emotion, like with the famous Booker T incident from 15, 16 years ago. But Daniel Bryan knew that was on our mind. Whoever booked this match knew that, and they toyed with us. And they were just like, so I know you're all thinking the story should be Kofi Kingston winning, but WWE swerves you. And do you remember that WrestleMania? There's a very big chance they're going to do it again, and they've learned nothing. That was in the back of your head the entire match. And they played off of that so damn well. Especially, there was one sequence, I can't quite describe it that well, but it was the sequence where Daniel Bryan won this, like that kind of sequence. Kofi Kingston makes a mistake, Daniel Bryan snaps on it, knocks him out cold, whatever, goes for the kill. And it's like, oh crap, they've bloody done it again, only for Kofi to kick out. I was like, oh, they used it. They used it well.
Yeah, like they had protected, I know what you're talking about, like they had protected his running bicycle knee. Like, only person that ever kicked out at that point was like Brock Lesnar and Roman Reigns. So that's Fastlane 2015, and that's Survivor Series 2018. And then, like, in the Elimination Chamber, Kofi kicks out of it. And then, they use it again, and it worked just as well because, protected finishers, those matter. So he kicks out, and then it's on from there, and it's just a great match. Great match.
Yeah, nothing came close to it for me all year. There were amazing matches, but there were that pairing of the story told beat for beat perfectly, as well as the match itself, and the two integrated together so damn well. Like, for me, this is like 5s across the board. This is what wrestling can be. As Rich said, it's not that difficult. Just this is it.
Yeah. Rich, your number one?
My number one, Adam Cole versus Johnny Gargano 2 from NXT TakeOver 25. For me, there's a good chance that this is the best match in WWE history. This is Bret Hart versus Shawn Michaels with no egos, imported 20 years later to modern wrestling. That's what this match is. This is no bullshit, no run-ins, just going 30 minutes of classic wrestling. Big moves, dangerous moves, drama, great near falls, RLPW, everything you want, and a title change at the end. And it was like, it don't get no better than this. This was like really sold me on Adam Cole. They had the great match in Brooklyn, but I like this one more because of the one fall aspect of it. You don't have the whole 2 out of 3 thing, like muddying things up. And it was just like, yo, we didn't like this was a high level. This was like a New Japan main event, like, and it was like, yeah, this is where it's at, like, and this is the one for me, like, for sure.
Number one for me, Johnny Gargano versus Adam Cole, 2 out of 3 falls, NXT title match, TakeOver New York. If you'd asked me, you know, which fall of the 7 falls they had in their feud was the best, it's absolutely the third fall of the first match. That stretch of time, I don't know if it's 10 minutes, I don't know if it's 12 minutes. That might be the best professional wrestling I've seen, the best 12, 15, whatever long it is I saw wrestling all over the year. I don't give a damn if it's Jay White and Ibushi. I don't give a damn if it's Shingo and Ospreay. It was incredible. I've never seen a crowd that was so staunchly for one person and against the booking, the predetermined booking everybody knows they're going into getting, leaving after one fall, like completely 180ing, and then you just fall into the emotion of what they've been building towards for almost 2 years, 20 months, something like that. It was incredible. Johnny, you know, at that point, like, I remember Rich got to a point where he was saying, like, the only way you're going to keep him down for 3 is with a fucking shotgun. And that was the beginning of it. And that was the first time before they went a little too wonky with the Toronto 2 match. But it was incredible, and it was a moment in time. Like, it was, I can't tell you how many times there in the live crowd, I pulled out my phone thinking, like, Johnny's about to win this thing. And then, like, Cole just, like, says, nope. And I'm just like, fuck, he's about to lose again. Fuck. And just turn off and then, like, stop recording. And then, like, have to pull my phone back out. And then, like, the final time, like, and I'm doing this next to Dave Finichel. And, like, I'm literally, as he finally slaps him in the Gargano escape after ducking the last shot from behind, and he, you know, Cole gets to the ropes and he rolls away, and you know this is it. I can hear myself recording. I'm embarrassed to say it. Like, I'm yelling like a fucking mark. I am a mark, whatever. I'm yelling, tap, 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 and he tapped, and it was just great. It was great. Had I not been next to Finichel, I probably would have bawled, snot crying, just so and being so happy, but I didn't. The lesson is let those feelings out, fellas. Toxic masculinity is the worst. Tell the people where they should be able to reach you at, Imp.
So you can follow me on Twitter at the Damn Implicat. I did a column, I took part in one today that went up with myself, Sir Sam, and the Kiss Boys, predicting Wrestle Kingdom 14, because that's in 2 days' time. It's happening. Excited. I will also be live for LAP Radio for Aftershock with both Wrestle Kingdom nights, so not New Year's Dash, but Wrestle Kingdom 14 for both nights, with 2 Americans who are absolutely crazy for doing that, but they said they want to do it. And that, for me, that's lunchtime doing a show then. That's easy. For them, it's like 7 a.m. after being up all night. So, for me, second day starts at 5 a.m., so it's a tad early, but it's not the end of the world.
Right.
Just don't go out Saturday. You'll be fine. Do this. So, yes, you can catch me there on Wrestle Kingdom. After we go off the call here, I am going to be editing and uploading the YouTube version of my own show, which I recorded earlier today, talking about Wrestle Kingdom 14 with Vance from Chairshot Radio, who is a mega Tetsuya Naito fan. So this is at a stressor's peak. So I thought I'd talk to him, get his emotions, 2 days before the show. Generally had fun with it. Talking about the main event, it's one of those where you go for like 40, 45 minutes and the time's absolutely blown by. It's like, oh crap, I must be keeping to a schedule for a show. I've just been talking for. So there's a lot to talk about of Wrestle Kingdom. That's kind of my focus right now. So just catch me on Laws of Pain. I'm there most weeks talking about wrestling, post normally every Saturday about the American wrestling. But I'm currently in New Japan mode because it's Wrestle Kingdom time, baby. I'm right in there.
Thanks again, Imp. But anyway, up next, 2019 talk about AEW. Welcome back. We are now going to talk about AEW, All Elite Wrestling. But first, in order for us to do that, we need to bring in our guest, the co-host of All Things Elite, Amy O and Floyd Johnson. What's going on?
Hey, how are you guys doing? Great to be here.
I am doing amazing. This has been a great year. AEW forever. I am with AEW forever. Stay vigilant. You know how it
works. He's been killing me all year with this.
Yep. My dog Floyd was sending out tweets encouraging people to turn NXT off to make sure, to not artificially add to the number,
I was like, I don't care what you watch. Just watch something else. I told Rich I was watching the Lakers game. It's like, I haven't watched basketball like all season. I've been keeping up, but I hadn't watched the game. Nope. I'm not watching that.
What I want to know is, why do you want to tell people not to watch NXT on a week where there ain't even no AEW?
Yes, let me tell you. It's like, I love NXT. I've been there, 8 takeovers or something like that. I love NXT. But the whole petty shit of them moving their show, like rushing it out till USA to get it out 2 weeks against it, has made me bitter. It has made a very positive person bitter. So I'm like, fuck their show.
Yes, I agree.
So you're in the rich lot of bitter bitch club.
Yes. And the problem is, as I've pointed out, if their show gets canceled, they just move it back on the network. Literally no skin. It does not bother them.
Right.
They just move it back on the network.
Right.
AEW fails. They fail. They go out of business.
Yeah.
Yeah. So fuck NXT on Wednesday night.
But I guess my thing is like, that's
Thursday at 8, I'll watch it on the network. I already pay $9.99 for that shit. No, I'm not watching it on cable.
Floyd in rare form.
Yes, he is. This is FOH Floyd.
Damn, dude, this is hard line. This is great.
No, it's just like, no. And they're like, the shots were fired from the WWE, and I love how they love to play the victim on that bullshit. No, I'm good.
Yeah,
I'm watching AEW.
Nobody in this conversation, nobody that I talk to with a half a brain, thinks that this is, they're the victim in any of this. Nah. Like, they went to Wednesday, they're behind a paywall. There was nothing to do. I mean, and if they really want to have the best rating they possibly could, they should have just put NXT on Tuesdays, right?
Just or they already had an established night.
Right. Yep. Yeah, anyway, Amy, how do you feel about Rich in Floyd's position on just being anti NXT at this point now?
Well, I always take the diplomatic approach, which is that, AEW is the one that I will watch, and I'm really happy for those who enjoy watching NXT, and that's great. And, I'm so sad that AEW got buried so hard in the rankings this week during Christmas. I mean, that clearly shows the fall of AEW. RIP to an amazing year.
It's amazing.
Shout out.
Yeah, it started at 1.4, 0 viewers in 12, 13,
0 viewers.
Weeks.
Yeah. I'm shocked. And I didn't even watch it this week, and I love them. So if I couldn't even watch it, what does that even say for AEW?
Yes. Yeah.
No, I mean, I don't watch NXT as much anymore, and that's because I watch AEW. I'm not even going to try and say that I watch NXT. I legitimately am happy for people who do and who are super thrilled with things like Finn Balor and Adam Cole and Rhea Ripley and Shayna Baszler. That's awesome. I still watch takeovers, but I'm good with, the wrestling that I'm watching, which is AEW New Japan. I'm good.
Yeah, for me, I just treat it as it gave me another day of wrestling. So, like I said, I watch NXT on Thursday.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, and even, maybe Rich doesn't really recognize this or whatever else, but he recognizes one part. NXT, after 25, midsummer, all of the chickens came home to roost with the amount of talent they lost, with, Ricochets of the world on main roster. Johnny can't wrestle on anything but a takeover match. Ciampa's out on the shelf. And then, you get, AEW gets announced for October 2nd. And then they just go right back to being excellent 2018 NXT, except it's 2 hours long, so you get almost twice as many quality matches. And it's this is Wednesday night where we talk about every single week when we cover One Nation Radio. AEW is great every single week. NXT is great every single week, or almost every single week. And it's just like, I enjoy being able to tune in on Wednesday, and then whenever I get to whichever, or normally NXT on Thursday or Friday, I just enjoy just being able to watch, like, look at this quality wrestling that I'm watching. That's not, like, insulting to my intelligence most of the time. That's, like, I just love it. So, to take on from that point, like, I understand, like, there's obviously people have feelings and attachments are tied to all this stuff, and, like, obviously, like, you have, you know, the evil empire, like, trying to stomp out the resistance or the counter programming. You know, I definitely understand your sentiments, but, like, anyway, let's just move on and talk about AEW starting up All Elite Wrestling. Do you think, what would you have wanted this promotion to have been called had it not been All Elite Wrestling? What were some of the names you would have thought of? Any chance?
I really wanted it to have something to do with the Elite.
Mm-hmm.
So to me, it really is the perfect name because I wanted to have something to do with the Elite because that's who it was starting up with. But yeah, like any of the other names I heard they were thinking about, I thought were horrible.
Like what, for example?
It was I heard something. It was like,
like Total Elite Wrestling.
It was like best wrestling ever or something I forgot.
Well, there was also like Elite Wrestling Worldwide or something, and I was like, dude, that's just WWE backwards.
Yeah.
It's like, don't do WWE backwards.
It was like WEW or something like that.
Exactly.
World Elite Wrestling?
Or something. I'm not sure.
The whole thing was, it was just like,
I think AEW, I agree with Floyd.
Yeah.
If those were the choices, yes, those are some real like Fang McFrost type names on that list they were coming up with.
Chili McFreeze.
Yeah, yes. So, you know, the announcements. What month was the announcement? Was it March, February?
No,
for AEW.
Yes.
So AEW got announced on Being Elite January 1st last year.
Oh, okay. I'm thinking of the not the press conference, like when they went to Jacksonville outside the Jag Stadium.
That was January 8th.
Okay. Yeah. So then from there we get all the announcements. You get, you know, at that point Jericho comes out first. You get the Bucks. We're waiting on Kenny Kenny is mulling it over, even though we pretty much know he's coming over. Then we get Hangman. Then at a later time when we start promoting for the Double or Nothing, you get Sammy Guevara. You get the Lucha Bros. There are a few other names, whatever else. You get Brandy. She's going to be the chief branding officer, and then it all starts coming together. And then we get Double or Nothing. Their first pay-per-view officially is AEW. This is the second go round for the Elite. And I gotta tell you, I feel like they knocked out the park. That's one of the greatest pay-per-views in North American history. North American wrestling history. And I mean, it's just amazing stuff.
And that's where I met Amy. In physical form. It was the whole idea of doing it on Vegas on Memorial Day weekend, having a wrestling convention with it. I mean, basically the same thing they did for All In,
right?
Was absolutely genius. It drew people, like people flew, they took buses. I drove 16 hours. Everybody found a way to get to Vegas. Plane tickets were stupid expensive, so I will let anybody know. It was like $700 just for me, and it was like, okay, I'm rolling. And but that was the genius part of it. It got like Vegas. WWE had decided Vegas wasn't a wrestling city, and it's just like the whole idea. The whole idea that you could bring in, you could commit to a city that people wanted to go to anyway. Okay, now you can meet wrestlers, and then you get this basically in the weekend with an amazing wrestling show. I mean, yeah, if you can, you were going.
Well, and also it seems like it was kind of betting against the odds, because initially, even with All In, that started with there's no way they're going to be able to sell out an indie show, right? And so they did it, broke barriers with that. And if I recall correctly, I don't know if Vince actually said this or if there were rumors about it. I don't remember, but I want to say Vince had said that if Cody would have called me, I would have told him not to book Memorial Day weekend because it's the worst time to book a show. Yeah,
that was about All In.
And it ended up.
It was the Labor Day weekend. Was
okay, so it was the same one. Oh, okay. regardless, I mean, you've got an expensive travel day in an expensive city, and everybody converged onto this show that ended up being one of the greatest pay-per-views. I mean, I'd say of the decade, but I've only been back watching wrestling for like 2.5 years, so I don't know how much that
you're
counts.
more than safe. It's you're actually understating it. Ever. EVER.
Yeah, and it's like the importance of it, of taking off in this whole new company, having a killer show, having the Cody and Dustin moment, like all of this happened to just explosively propel AEW, not only just as a company, but as a legit contender for a dominant force in wrestling in the United States.
Yeah. And another thing with it is like all the road to Double or Nothings that they started putting out, which was like some of the best wrestling, like, you know, content, just put out there every week. You know, you get 10 or, 15-minute videos on Wednesdays shot in a deadly serious fashion, you know, telling all these stories leading up to it. And then, the night before on TNT, they had the Road to Double or Nothing, TNT exclusive show, where they would just, tie all this stuff together. And, there was I remember like Kenny was like lunging with the big tree branches. Like, I'll never forget that.
Yeah, like Rocky IV.
Yeah, and then the Cody and Dustin doing their promos ahead of time, and the blood and guts. Oh well, that's in the Fallout stuff. But yeah, absolutely one of the greatest shows I've ever felt. I felt alive watching Double or Nothing. It was just I can't wait for Double or Nothing 2.
Me too.
Another thing that made
Triple or Nothing.
Another thing that made them like the little company that could. I don't know if you remember this. It was such a small storyline, but Starcast, which was with AEW, even though they weren't with AEW, said they were going to have the Undertaker and Kurt Angle.
Right.
They were like the first two names announced.
Yes.
And the WWE pulled them like a week later or 2 weeks later. Yes. And of course, the defiant wrestling fans like, oh yeah, fuck you, WWE. We definitely still going now. Yeah. And you got a lot of people that I knew had told me they weren't going. And then the Undertaker and Kurt Angle stuff, and he's like, okay, now I have to go to support.
And let's not like understate like the fact that, what they actually did business wise in that, Google search trends, like all this was like the buzz was insane.
Yeah. When y'all asked me to when I was asked to do the show, I didn't think I would have something to talk about week to week, but they had news coming out every day, if not every couple of days.
Yes, they did. And I definitely think that is a testament to their willingness to actually care about the wrestling media and not, try to treat it like, these are terrible people that are trying to do gotcha journalism or whatever you want to call it. Like, it just shows you like the differences of the culture around from place to place. It's like I remember earlier in the year talking to Rich about NXT and how we never hear anything about or leaks about what the direction is for NXT or blah 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 blah. But at the same time, that Wednesday before every takeover, Triple H does that media call that has Meltzer on it or Satin on it or Sean Ross Sapp or whoever else from wherever else. And
Mike Johnson,
Triple H comes out, and right. And Triple H comes out there and he's, he has to talk in code at times, but he's kind of open and he gives you a feel of like, he's actually trying to promote his product and he's actually, playing ball as opposed to the main roster, which is so just like, nah, top secret. Like, they treat it as if like they're hiding, as if they're hiding Bill Belichick's like secret game plan to try to contain Lamar Jackson or something. It's like, relax. It's a TV show. And yet all the stuff on their end while being so secretive gets out more than NXT. Go figure. But on the AEW side, nothing ever gets out, and they're also open with the media as well. And I think that did them a lot of favor for a lot of people that have questions or whatever else, because they're also willing to answer some questions. But just to leave off on the notes on that show, Double or Nothing, that's Cody and that's Dustin, and they have, and we have
the first 5-star match in AEW history. Just throwing
the
that
only
out there.
one, right?
The second one.
No, there's two.
Okay. Yeah.
The second one. Right, the second one. So, or there's two of them, sorry. So, you have that moment, where, you know, the blood and guts come from. And then you have the main event, of what, you know, the card, you know, was up in the air or got changed at the end. You know, it was supposed to be, I believe correctly, it's supposed to be Hangman versus Pac. That got changed because of the Dragon Gate politics. So as a way to kind of, you know, change that up, they ended up going with their semifinalists for the eventual title match, ended up being whoever won the Battle Royal. Casino Battle Royal, I forgot what it's called. The Blackjack 21 Battle Royal.
That's it.
Hangman wins it in average fashion, I guess. And then we get the main event match between Omega and Jericho, a rematch of the Wrestle Kingdom 12 match. Have a very, very good match. Jericho comes out on top, and then we're off to the races, and then we start getting to Fyter Fest.
Yeah, and
I was actually there at Fyter Fest.
I was going to say about Jericho, that was the first match he really got over the Judas effect, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
that's the first. That's where he debuted. Hey, put it over in the lead up that I'm going to start hitting people with spinning with reverse elbow.
It's the most important.
Jericho.
It's the most important move in the AEW year because they have protected the shit out of that move.
Yes, that is true. That is absolutely true. So, you know, moving on from there, we then start talking about Fyter Fest, and that was when we get the addition of Jon Moxley. Jon Moxley
came out the end of Double.
Yes, I forgot about it. That's the biggest moment on the entire card. Moxley comes out in much Shield fashion. People are like, what the hell is he doing here? He comes out, he lays out Jericho like a jabron after he becomes a finalist for the title, and then he brawls all the way to the back with Kenny Omega, and then they're on top of the poker chips, and then he ends up giving a kick to the gut, dirty deeds, or sorry, what is it in AEW?
Paradigm Shift.
Yeah, I was about to call it the Death Rider because, you know, everybody's better in New Japan, but sorry. So he gives the Death Rider, and then he tosses his ass off the poker chips onto the floor. Kenny was presumed dead. We just went off air. And then, then we move on to Fyter Fest. Then we get him versus Janela in the main event. Wild match. But what are some of your thoughts, Amy, in particular, about Fyter Fest from what you remember at the time?
Okay, real quick. So 2 things about Mox at Double or Nothing. Okay. 1, he came out like 5 rows in front of me. Oh, yeah? And I was like freaking the hell out because that's freaking Jon Moxley and he's right there and like, holy crap. And like, oh my God, it's that show is just legendary. But the other thing to that was that him up on the chips is like one of the most iconic wrestling images ever. Right up there with Becky Lynch with her broken face and she's challenging the SmackDown crowd. Like, that is an iconic image where you have Jon Moxley and what it represents, leaving, you know, the WWE as Dean Ambrose and going to carve his own new path and then showing up at AEW. Like, that's just one of those electrifying things that's amazing.
Yeah. Also, Cody broke the throne, too.
Oh, yeah.
Yes!
Thronebreaker, yeah.
So good. Although I didn't like the shirt, but that was so good.
Yes, with just enraged all of the, like, apologists that tie their identity to Vince McMahon's wrestling carnival. It was hilarious.
Yes. Yo, man, I was going to bring that up later. It's just that, the break of the throne, it was like that added a star to the match before they even locked up.
I agree.
Yep.
Yeah, just classic Cody. Cody goes out there and does the most babyface thing in front of that crowd he could possibly have ever done, aside from like crapping on the throne, right? Defecate, full on defecation. And then what does he do? He proceeds to work heel against his brother. I'm sorry. Cody, like, you always lose the plot of what you doing, bro.
Anyway. Amy, you had one more thing you want to talk about.
That's right.
Oh, that was it. That was it. It was just the iconic imagery, and then just saying that he was right there.
Yeah. So Amy, your thoughts on
Moxley,
Fyter Fest at the time?
Yes. So I was actually really nervous about this going into it because as much as I was super on board with AEW because I loved the Elite in New Japan, was really excited to follow them to this new company, this new endeavor. I was kind of nervous because I didn't know a lot of the rest of the roster. And the only thing that I knew about Joey Janela was that he was a deathmatch guy. And the only thing that I knew about Jon Moxley, not Dean Ambrose, was that he too was a deathmatch guy. I am not a fan of blood in wrestling. So like that image at Double or Nothing where I'm freaking out is legitimate because Dustin Rhodes' face is covered in blood and there's the whole emotional thing. But like, I don't really like blood, don't really like glass, don't really like razor blades.
Whoa.
So I wasn't sure of what to expect coming into that match. What I found, however, was that it was pleasantly surprising to be a thrilling, rough, rugged, awesome wrestling match. There were some hardcore elements to it, but it wasn't something that I felt uncomfortable watching or like liable for watching. And that let me know that it was going to be, you know, sure they were going to have deathmatch people, sure they might have hardcore elements to it, but they weren't going to make it something that I felt uncomfortable as a fan watching, that it was going to be awesome. I loved that match.
Okay. Floyd, is there anything else you want to add as far as also like the the rest of the card?
It started off the unsanctioned match thing, which I hate. I just hate it. If it's on your show, it counts. You know, that kind of thing. But the 6-man tag match, amazing. That was Rich Lattice Pro Wrestling, right?
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
I was there in the building, and it was like that match was a religious experience. It was like you just see them diving everywhere. They come out there, you know, with the Bucks, dressed like Ryu and Ken, and then Kenny's Akuma.
Hold on. Just officially announced the 6-person tag. You're talking about Nick Jackson, Matt Jackson, and Kenny Omega versus the Lucha Bros.
Lucha Bros and Laredo Kid.
Lucha Bros and Laredo Kid. Okay, right. That's what
so much happened in this match, I couldn't keep up. I had to watch it the second time just to realize all the spots. I'm just like, it was seriously fast break, breakneck speed. I'm like, and then it was like, it was over. And I was like, and then someone told me it was a 20-minute match. I was like, no, that was like 20 minutes.
Yeah. I mean, in a way, it kind of reminded me of the main event of All In, to where just like, they did so much stuff that you almost forget that, like, oh, that was, it just went like so much stuff got done, but time just passes right by so fast, you lose track of it.
Yeah, it was the fastest 20-minute match I've ever seen.
Also, on Fyter Fest was the debut of Darby Allin, somebody that would, he would come to define a big piece of AEW, and there was a small vocal pocket of fans that were chanting for Darby Allin, because Darby Allin was not really known. I like to take credit, me, Josh, Jeremy, and a couple people around us, all yelling for Darby Allin to try to get this man over, and then he has that great match with Cody, and then trying to yell for Cody's opponent, and you're outnumbered, but we were strong and we were small and passionate, and Darby Allin showed, who exactly he was, and he's just only gotten more over since.
Absolutely.
That was my first full Darby Allin match. I came out super impressed.
Yeah.
He definitely, he has somehow, being one of the smallest humans I've ever met, developed a badass aura. Like the aura about him is a badass. Whoever he's in there with, I think he has a shot, even though that's not necessarily my normal thinking when it comes to wrestling.
For sure. Absolutely. I was to say real quick with Fyter Fest though, like I want to talk about this real quick because Fyter Fest seems to be their most controversial show because you had really great wrestling matches, but it was countered with this silly Firefest parody, the gaming convention, Jabali and Nakazawa. And I want to talk about that real quick because I know I'm going to be in the minority on this one, and that's fine. But I loved Jabali and Nakazawa. I loved it so much because it was the play on the hardcore match. It made it fun, but also it tied back to they had a story that tied back to their CEO thing before. And it didn't matter that wrestling fans didn't know that. What mattered was that the CEO people, the gaming people that the convention was for, knew that, and they were really happy.
I'm with you,
Amy. It did
Amy.
the job of bringing those people into the AEW wrestling fandom. They went there as gaming fans and came out excited as wrestling fans. And I really hope that they do something like that again because I thought it was fun. It doesn't always have to be super serious hardcore. Like sometimes you need to have some fun breaks with it,
Yeah. I think, we got these like kind of like Clash of the Champion type matches or shows with Fyter Fest and Fight for the Fallen, and like I kind of hope they bring those back because that's going for 3-4 months between pay-per-views, like that's kind of like obviously you want to build towards stuff on pay-per-view, but like there's only so much building you can up towards a TV show you can really get behind, as opposed to like let's go off to another location and try to do something on a Saturday. But
most of the bitching from the show came because of the pre-show.
Yeah,
it wasn't the regular show.
Yeah, I mean,
it was the pre-show.
Yeah,
like Leva Bates, I had seen her wrestle before. Mm-hmm. I had never seen her look as bad as she did that night. That's the only match out of the 9 they had that night that I was like, I don't know how people. I was like, because a lot of people, this was their first, because this was the free show,
right?
So this was their first dipping their toe in the AEW, and then it's like the first women's singles match that you see is Allie versus Leva Bates, and Leva Bates doesn't look like she a professional wrestler, like at all. She looks like they just picked somebody out the crowd and put them in a library gimmick and said, go out there and do your best. And I mean, there was like I said, of the 9 matches, it was the only one I was like, I'm hoping people took the Rio, Yuka Sakazaki, and Nyla Rose as in that's going to be AEW's women's division instead of that first match.
I remember you and I sitting there trying to figure out how to say
spin
that
it.
in the nicest way possible.
Yeah. Didn't even know how to spin it. And I was like, I don't know.
Ain't no spin. It ain't good. And then look,
I was like, it wasn't good.
When we get to Fight for the Fallen, we're always talking about another women's singles match that wasn't good at all either.
Yeah.
But yeah, so, you talked about the Yuka Sakazaki and Riho in the, Nyla Rose match. That's a match I feel like is very underrated in the AEW, I guess, lore of recommended matches, if you will, or a match you would say, hey, point somebody out to, kind of get a feel of what this inaugural year for this company has been. It is classic story of, it's a classic story, except it's an interesting dynamic because it's Goliath, but it's versus 2 Davids, right? And I love the story of, they have no shot together or by themselves, but they kind of have to do work together to try to, keep the monster off of his feet. And I thought it was a great match, and I liked the end of it, or a very good match. I won't say great all the way, but, I really enjoyed the fact that Riho won. Riho was somebody that, while even going back to Double or Nothing in a match that we should have talked about at least for a split second in that 6-woman tag match, she was somebody that was bumping her ass off. I mean, I think the person that mostly stuck out from a charisma standpoint was Yuka Sakazaki, who I would love to see come back, into doing more AEW stuff. And they do have that plot line after what happened, after the triple threat match. But Riho, taking that package power driver from Aja Kong, which is like, yo, how is this woman still walking, let alone still wrestling at a high level? But back to the match, you get Riho winning, and then at the end, Nyla blows her stack and she starts beating her up, and then, Yuka makes a save. Yuka gets beat up, Riho makes a save, Riho goes to help her up, but Yuka pushes her away. Why? Because just because we're all cute babyface Joshis does not mean that we are a monolith and we are going to become a tag team or anything like that. So they let that plot thread. Or I'm sorry, Riho's the one that pushed off Yuka, and Yuka was sucking the ring, making the saddest face I've ever seen in professional wrestling. I remember
that.
Like an anime doll that was about to cry. It was just
so sad.
Yes, so sad. So Riho gets the win, beat up, and then Yuka makes a save, and then Riho says, nope, don't even appreciate you trying to save my life. Nope. So, I thought that's another match you should have brought up.
But Nyla looked great in that too, though, because Nyla came out, the first thing I noticed was her gear, and I've since become friends with her wife, and I've talked to her a few times about the gear at that show, and I'm just like, that was amazing. And I think it was the second time she had made gear for Nyla. It just looked so great. But also that match, you mentioned, the Goliath versus the 2 Davids. Not only do the 2 Davids have a job to try to keep the monster off her feet, but the monster has a job to stay on her feet and look believable against two Davids, you know? And I think she did a fantastic job of that. That really put her over as a dominant force for the women's division and really put her in that place of somebody who would be a formidable opponent for anybody chasing after the women's title.
Yeah. And I think it's kind of weird because we get to a point that once we start getting on TV, like they kind of almost made a joke of the fact that they had a monster that could work. And by like just, you know, having the monster get slayed over and over and over to where it's starting to like mean less. But I mean, there's always time for her to finally have she snaps and says, I'm done playing around with you, pipsqueaks. So she still has that up her sleeve. But, Nyla was starting at this point, was starting to like, this is like the beginning of when she goes on a stretch of like, oh, she lost again. So yeah.
Also, Private Party debuted on this show, on the pre-show, and immediately got over.
Yeah.
No, and this would, you know, begin the streak of Private Party immediately getting over, whenever they wrestled and being awesome.
Yeah.
Which would continue.
You want to talk about intelligent? You put them in there with 4 veterans.
Right.
4 people with 10 plus years experience, you know, and they made them look good. Private Party's good, don't get me wrong, but the other 4 did everything they could to put the spotlight on them. And that's something you'll notice will be a theme of AEW going forward, is more established acts doing everything they can to get less established acts over.
Yes. I'm trying to think. Fighter Fits. Was that also where Sean Spears splits open Cody?
Yes.
Yes. So he ends up.
One of the big controversies that people melted down, and I'm like, wow, we've never seen a chair shot before. Apparently,
well, he hits him with an unprotected chair shot with a fake chair that happens to still split the back of his head open. He ends up making Cody's hairline roll back like rubbers. Like, it's just, you know, which set him up as a really big bad, and you think like, oh, okay, so this is leading towards like Sean Spears getting something, and I guess from here on, like that's kind of like the through line that takes you over to Fight for the Fallen. Fight for the Fallen. He ends up debuting in his first match in the the six person tag. Yes, and it's Guevara, Spears, and MJF. That's right, because Cody's friend was tagging with him. And on the other side, you have Darby Allin, you have Jimmy Havoc, and Janela.
Joey Janela, yeah.
Yes. The faces of fear.
Yes. Yes. And you have Janela fresh after getting in the fight with the literal scum of the earth, Enzo Amore, at a Blink-182 contest, which is like, that just sounds like white trash bingo, but okay. That's I don't know. It's just what is going on? But yeah, he ends up looking very impressive in that triple threat match. It was actually a really good match. I think a match kind of getting lost in the shuffle because Dynamite is going full steam ahead with like, that's like the standard for multiple person tag matches. Yeah, that was like the first one, and they highlighted him very well.
First time Sammy G came out here and looked like a human highlight reel.
Yeah.
This is the match where I started calling him that.
Yes. I am a person that hates 6-man tag matches.
Mm-hmm.
AEW has flipped that on its head for me.
Really?
You know, I can't say I love them, but it's sneeze. Sorry. At least I'll watch it. You know, at least I'll watch it and pay attention. And they have this ability to get everyone over, as opposed to other companies I watch in 6-man tags matches. It just feels like no one gets over.
Yeah. Because you got to get the heat on somebody and waste time and slap a chin lock on somebody in the middle of a multiple person tag match. Like, they make the babyfaces like dummies because they don't come in and break up the submission hold. Yeah. Anyway, let's move on to other parts of this card. You have the triple threat tag match between the Dark Order, Jurassic Express, and Angelico and Evans, and it was another spectacular match of just spots galore and you know, highlighting people as well.
Yeah, that was a great match. So when the Dark Order debuted at Double or Nothing, yeah. I was so confused because I didn't know who they were.
What are you doing?
and it was such a, like, it was an uncomfortable feeling as a fan to be at a show chanting, "Who are you?"
That's
like,
cringe.
oh, that's so bad. But that match where, you know, you've got Luchasaurus and you've got Jungle Boy. I don't think Marco Stunt was there yet, but
he was the manager in this.
Yeah, okay. So you've got them out there and they're super over, and I'm super excited about Angelico and Jack Evans just because they look so cool and their moves are so cool. Mm-hmm. And Dark Order, I'm just like indifferent about, which is like the worst thing for me to feel. But by the end of that match, they succeeded in getting over as heels because they went after Jurassic Express. And they did it in a really cool way. I don't even remember what the moves were, but they were just so good and so bad in character that suddenly I was like, okay, you guys have a thing now. I'm no longer indifferent. And that was like a cool thing. And I that feels like it's coming across poorly, but it was nice to be able to finally feel something like antagonizing towards them as a heel team. And I loved that match because of it. And it was just a great match.
Right. Anything you want to add to that match?
Yeah. This established a storytelling, a way they're going to tell stories is sometimes they're going to just put somebody out there and you're not going to know who the hell they were. And then they're going to put the responsibility or the onus on them to get over, you know?
Yeah.
And it was like, okay, Dark Order, here you are. We're going to, you know, introduce you in a cool way. But now it's time to get over. Here's a match. And I think they did a really good job. People learned that they could perform, but I still don't think they cared about the gimmick after that match.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah. And just in case you thought we were going to skip over, no, we're going back because I'm looking at the card on Cage Match right now. We're going to skip to what we were talking about earlier as far as another bad singles women's match. Brandy Rose with Awesome Kong at ringside versus Alley Cat. This thing stunk.
Even the build up to it was confusing because remember, Brandy cut that
babyface
promo. Yeah, that babyface promo. I have to prove this to myself.
Right.
And then she went like evil immediately the next week.
Yes.
And it was like very confusing.
Yes. Comes out the video package at the beginning. You're supposed to feel for her. And then she immediately goes out there and does cheating with the help of Awesome Kong. And I'm just like, boy, girl, you are just like your husband as far as booking your stories in your matches. So, another, and just because we skipped it, but we're coming right back. We're also going to talk about, the semifinalists that needed a rub going into, All Out that's going to be in the main event, going 19 minutes to defeat Kip Sabian. Whew. Adam Page versus Kip Sabian. That was one of those like, what are they? What? Like, this show is so good. Why would this be a lone mistake to be made on this card?
My favorite part about that match.
Okay.
Go ahead. No, you're good. Go. Sorry.
Amy,
I was gonna say, like, you're the guest.
Hold on, Rich, 1 second. In future reference, Amy, you always go first.
Yep.
I didn't mean to talk over you. Okay, I'll say this really quickly then, because it's just very quick. My favorite part about that match was when Kip Sabian kissed that really angry wrestling fan in the front row. That was my favorite part of that whole match.
We know him.
Oh, do you?
Do we?
Well, I mean, we don't know him, but like we see him at shows we go to all the time
like
in Florida.
That NXT guy.
Kyle.
He was so.
Oh,
such a jerk. He was so aggressive. Oh, that was great. My favorite part.
Wow.
So the Heyman Kip Sabian thing, like, if they have a better 19-minute match, I think all is forgiven pretty much, but it just wasn't that good. And you know what we've talked about on One Nation Radio, if you do a 20-minute match that's like a 3-star match, that's a long fucking match, and they had no business going that long. But if it was like a 4.5-star match, I don't think people would have had half the problem with it, and it would have helped Heyman a lot.
Yeah,
it just didn't happen.
Right.
Sabian wasn't over enough to have that long of a match.
Well,
no one.
These guys aren't over, but they were still going to kill it.
No, I'm just saying, as far as the guy that you're building your next pay per view off of, Sabian wasn't over enough to have that long of a match with Heyman. Right. Heyman needed to win definitively in that particular case, and it was just like, even like hindsight being 2020, look over the next few months, they really went away from Kip Sabian until they reintroduced him because no one cared about him. It was like, I loved his finisher name and I kind of dug his gimmick, but it was kind of like when you listen to the crowd, I even said, watch that match. I always tell people to watch that match on mute. It was actually a pretty decent match. The crowd was just not into it. They just wanted Hangman to come out, buckshot lariat him, drop him on the head, and walk out the ring as the badass he's supposed to be. And he came off as very much not a badass in that match.
Because he had to go 19 minutes. He had to go 19 minutes with a 20-minute time limit against a preliminer.
Yeah, so no one knew. Right. That was the big part.
Yeah, and I believe post-match there's also a Jericho attack, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's later in the night, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. So
when Jericho comes out and does a promo later on, but this show also was marked by there was a lot of
heat.
They
were tired. The crowd was tired because it's an outdoor stadium, and they're in the middle of the summer, and they're in Jacksonville, so it was like 80 degrees even when it was pitch black.
Correct. So and that's
80,
where that
over 85 when it was pitch black.
The heat index started picking up during this Hangman match. Everything after this felt like it kind of everything except the Kenny match kind of suffered.
Yeah, as you can see progressively, if you go back and rewatch the match we're about to get to, but Lucha Bros versus Kazarian and Scorpio, you can see Pentagon just while he's out of the match, he's just grabbing water and he's just burning up, right? So especially he's in that bodysuit. Yeah. So, but I don't really think we got as much time to spend on Lucha Bros versus SCU, other than it was a very good match and it was funny. That's the beginning of Pentagon versus Dangles. But yeah, we can get to it. In my opinion, in that match, the match I was most intrigued by on the card at the time, Kenny Omega versus Shima. Shima. And it delivered. It was okay, so, we kind of had the match that wasn't as good as the match we've seen before between Jericho and Kenny. Kenny's been off for a long time. He only had that one match. Let's see this match against this guy, this legend that hasn't been really seen around the world, but is an innovator. And they went out there and they put on a great match. It was just so fun. It was just so fun. This is the closest thing, in my opinion, the closest thing to a New Japan match we've got out of Kenny this entire year. Thoughts?
Yeah, I loved it. I gave this 4 3/4 at a time, and it was all the chops, all the knees, and not from Kenny. It was from Shima with the knees, using the V trigger against Kenny.
Or death.
Yes, super physical, super fast, right up my alley. Loved it.
Yeah, I was definitely a Shima guy. After this, I just was Kenny, you kind of knew what to expect. I didn't from Shima. I was not very familiar with him, and I was okay, I see the legend. You see all the moves, and his movements that people had stole over the years. It was like watching Animal House in 2000. You saw, oh wow, every movie has stolen from this movie over the last.
Or watching the action. Oh, sorry. Or watching an action movie from I don't know, the last 20, 25 years. And you're oh, and you've never seen Die Hard before. You're okay, that's where that's from. That's where all these trope type things are from. Yeah. So I think for me it was just really cool to see, when you talked about the Shima thing, another example of that is this year with Shima getting the AEW shine, up to this point, between that Strong Hearts match with SCU, the match where he beats Daniels, and then this, and then you also see in the Super J Cup with Amazing Red, with his run after retiring, coming back, it's cool to see these innovators and guys that because of either distance and the lack of internet, or because the dude was super small, they're getting their due as being innovators and legends that they always were, and it's really cool to see the guys that were inspired by them going crazy to try to get him over. It's when Ray was on the Indies and you saw Ricochet or Ospreay or all the other flyers try to go crazy to try to have a great match with Ray because of the respect they had. I feel like this is part of it.
Yeah. Definitely, and with Shima being in Dragon Gate for that long, Kenny didn't wrestle in Dragon Gate in Japan, so they were always over on the same island, but never, really got to interact. So that was like importing New Japan versus Dragon Gate here. So it was incredible. So
yeah. So the main event, the I need my older brother feud between the Young Bucks and Cody and Dustin. I thought it was a very good match that went too long.
I thought it was a very average match that went too long.
Agreed. The Kenny Shima match was so good,
right?
Because it was so good to see Kenny be Kenny again.
Mm-hmm.
And for newer fans, I think it helped get Kenny and Shima both over. So like you just had that energy from this.
Mm-hmm.
And the ending match felt a little confusing.
Yes.
Like because they were, they're a new company. This is like their third show. There were just a few hiccups throughout the show. And by the time this one happened, you got the feeling that like it could have been a great match if they had the story to build it up.
Right.
But because they were trying to build it up in bits and pieces between pay-per-views, it wasn't quite landing. So you just had like a match between them, which was fun, but confusing. And then the end was confusing. And then the Jericho thing was confusing. And then them going off the air, but not was confusing. Like it just was confusing. Yeah. But it was fun.
Yeah.
I think if they do this match on TV, it would be way better because it would force them to like not try as much shit. And also like this was that weird thing the Young Bucks do. Like I call this passive Young Bucks. How, there's a such thing as like passive LeBron that just infuriates me. The Bucks get this thing where they're like, yo, we're gonna do what's like not our natural thing just to show we can do it. And then it's like, okay, I get it. But like, nah, like I want the Young Bucks. Like I didn't feel like this was the Young Bucks match at all.
Yeah, this match should have went about 15 minutes. Either go straight Southern tag team wrestling style, which is the Rhodes, or go high speed tag team style, which is the Bucks. Trying to fuse them did not work. Yeah. They're just too extremely different to fuse.
Yeah, and I think the thing that also hurt it was the fact that like they were the Young Bucks were clearly being the antagonists in the build up of the whole thing, right? And then like throughout the match, because it went so long, it's like they seemingly took turns on deciding when which team was going to work heel for sections of the match, which is like, why? Like, and this did turn into the part where Rich was talking about as far as they were not doing where it was possibly a styles clash with them, and they just couldn't mesh in a way, and trying to figure out, all right, we're great at doing this, we're great at doing this, how can we find a common ground? And I felt like it's almost like, no, we're just gonna come out here and we'll figure it out, like, and call it in the ring. And I think, it felt disjointed.
Yes. Oh, that's the perfect word. Perfect word. It felt disjointed.
This is also the beginning of WWE counter programming, AEW, with that putting that Evolve show on there. So that unleashed a round of 8%.
Seriously, I didn't watch the Evolve show until a month later. I was so pissed.
Yeah, I've never watched Evolve, so it didn't.
I've never seen it.
It was like a month later, and it was like, to me, the most boring show ever. I was like, okay.
But you're so nice, you could be mad at them and then still watch it, whereas I'm like, I never even saw it. Like,
good, man.
Screw you, I'm going to watch you next month.
Yeah. Well,
you're on timeout.
So what happened is someone came to me and like swore to me that I needed to watch that show. And I was like, you know what? No more recommendations from you after that one. I was like, it was just boring. It was boring. Yes, I was like, because I was never going to watch the show. It was out of my mind. But somebody's like, you haven't watched that Evolve show yet? You really need to watch it. I was like,
you need to have your unbiased nature watch this Evolve show.
And I was like, okay, I'll watch the show. And I was like, yep, your card's revoked.
Yeah. Okay, so then from there, Kenny comes out and he talks about he actually, passive aggressively, subliminally talks about the fact that they were being counter programmed. He does his goofball thing where which just leads to more of the like he wants to be DDT Kenny so badly.
I loved that that though? Because, dude, it was a charity for victims of gun violence.
No.
Bang.
Right, I agree on that. Just say I would normally. All I'm saying is like, just say I would normally have a catchphrase, but it's not appropriate for what the reason we're out here for. But I just want to wish you all good night and have a good night. Bye. No. Good night and boing. You goofball. I'm sorry.
You know what?
Adorable.
And it was very, very on the, he didn't realize that he shouldn't say it until he got out there.
Exactly.
And then he was like yeah,
he's saying it, and then it's like, oh my God.
Oh yeah, we shouldn't say that. And then he's like, okay, I have to pivot at some point. And it's like, yeah. It was a horrible pivot,
and like,
but
I want to say like Matt Jackson's whispering to him like, "Don't say bang." Like, it was.
Yes.
If you watch
No,
closely,
I love it. It was so bad, it was good. And I wish that I had a shirt that said goodbye, good night, boing. And if I had one, I would wear it to meet you just to watch your face go like, dude, seriously, what the hell?
Oh, I'm not
get one.
You wearing a shirt that says boing is not going to upset me. I'm just going to think that you're a mark just like everybody else. Yeah. Like, whatever, sucker. You just want to spend your money on that? You spend your money on whatever you want to. I'm not gonna hold it against you, but you will be judged. So moving on from that night, that hot night, Rich, right?
Very hot.
Yes,
I'm glad I didn't go. Like, I was.
Oh yeah, that's right. You didn't go.
I didn't
everybody
go.
else went. They're sweating up a storm.
Yeah, they got to rethink outside shows in Florida in the middle, in the summer.
Also, if you guys come to Phoenix AEW, do not come here in the summer because it's like 120.
Yes.
So don't do that.
Yes.
It's like, I already knew what it was. Second, like, you're going to do outside. Like, dude, like, you know how many times, like,
bro, that's why I said I'm not going to WrestleMania. Like, bro, hell no. Like,
well, it'll be cooler. It'll be cooler. And also, like, we had 33 here just a couple years ago, and 33 Central Florida. But, like, you remember catching me out there being zapped out there by the sun? No, thank you.
Yes.
Somebody gonna die out there, WrestleMania, if they keep playing with these Florida WrestleManias. But yeah. To move on from there, we're going to go to talk about All Out, their second pay-per-view underneath the AEW banner. And I thought this was like right back to snuff of being like, okay, people kind of were like, oh, these matches, they were very good or whatever else, but these weren't like classics, that sort of thing. And kind of like, with these kind of, Clash of Champion type, minor pay-per-view shows, whatever you want to call them, the Bleacher Report shows. But then they come out and they give you a second pay-per-view and just like, nope, this is what they do on their quarterly pay-per-view. They come out here and they kill it.
Yes. You had a friend in the first row for the show?
Oh, that's right. That's right.
First row. I was on TV all night.
Yes, you were.
Handsome.
I was there, but not first row, and I'm jealous.
Oh, God, yeah. Oh, man. Tiffany hooked it up. I honestly could say there ain't too many presents. There ain't too many gifts that you can get better than that. I'd literally never been first row for a major show, like, ever. So this was crazy.
Was that the one you were wearing the Cody shirt,
definitely.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, let me tell you, all of them is the one. All of them is the one.
That's what I was going to ask you, because I remember one particular where you had a Cody shirt. I was like, but is that just that one show, or is that like every show and I'm just forgetting?
Yeah, every show I wear the most recent Cody shirt. Yeah, I'm a Mark. Call me Marky Mark. Cody, I mean, we might as well just set up direct deposit to Cody's account. It'll work.
Okay,
just cut out the middleman.
Okay, so the main thing, the first thing off the gate, like, there is a very good match, 6-person tag match between Jurassic Express and SCU. But the first stop that we must talk about is Pac versus Kenny Omega. A match that was supposed to originally be it was originally supposed to be Kenny versus Moxley in a match that is funny because it was clearly like to me anyway, felt like the most anticipated match in the world in 2019. And then it got put off, and then we throw in Pac, which kind of avoided,
it was so big that Kenny Omega actually cut a promo for it, and it was fucking great.
Yeah. But my point was that, like, it's funny because they avoided the funny side eye type of deal of, so we're having an inaugural championship match but it's not going to main event because it's clearly not the most anticipated match on the card. That would have been funny, but they luckily avoided that, and they still end up with the same issue of having Lucha Bros and Young Bucks just completely take all the air out the building. But thoughts on Pac versus Omega?
Jaw dropped when the finish happened. I'm watching the match and I'm like, as the hardcore wrestling audience, you decide what's going to happen. And there was no doubt in my mind Kenny Omega was winning this match. I was a little annoyed that they brought Pac in for his first match just to lose to Kenny Omega. And I was like, oh. And then they started happening. And then every time Kenny Omega went for his signature, Pac was one step ahead. And I was like, they're not, your head, you start having that thought. They're not telling the story like Kenny Omega's about to win this match. But then he gets in a move, and I'm like, oh, okay, he's going to get to the ropes and kicks out. And then the ref stops it. Boom, immediately face drop. Like, what the fuck just happened? I'm like, I see Omega losing to Jericho. That makes sense. But this is basically their top guy. It's Jericho and Omega. Jericho, Omega, Moxley are their top guys, and they have him lose to Pac. And I was like, shit.
Yeah. Yep. This was the first time that AEW showed that the formula of storylines and matches and bookings that we're so accustomed to, even, with WWE or New Japan or
especially WWE.
Whatever, that's completely out the window.
Amy, you're going to have to restart what you were saying because you had blacked out for a second.
Oh, sorry about that. So I was just saying that was the first time that AEW showed that what our expectations were, the formula of booking, of storyline, whatever, what we were accustomed to with WWE and New Japan, etc., is out the window. That anything could happen. Because I remember sitting there totally expecting Kenny Omega was going to win, especially because he had just been supposed to be fighting Mox, and now he's got Pac instead. And then you've suddenly got Kenny Omega losing, and we are completely shocked by this result. And it was the first time I felt legitimately shocked in wrestling in a while. It was cool.
Yeah, I looked at the match when they were wrestling, and they had a couple of miscommunications in the match, and they were doing a lot of dives to the outside of the ring and all that stuff. And then they got to that closing sequence, and I was just like, huh? What are they doing here? But if you want to put someone over very strong, this is how you do it. So, it didn't really I don't think it did anything to hurt Kenny, and, it launched Pac hey, Pac's serious. He's been serious all around the world for all this time, and bringing him in just to, beat him. I don't know if that would have been smart either.
Yeah, same here. I honestly thought that I was like, Kenny should lose to Moxley. Going in, and then when it changed, I was like, why should Pac in his first match lose? I thought he was gonna lose, but I was like, why should he? And then he ended up winning, and I was like, okay, I'm with it. I'm absolutely with it. And then Kenny can come back and get his win eventually in the rematch and whatever else. So I thought it was just fun to see Pac back wrestling in America on a major and be his normal awesome self, and then see him with Kenny, and I still believe there's lots of room for improvement when they wrestle again. In fact, I think I personally like their match on Dynamite better than this match. But got a Cracker Barrel Clash, just all the shenanigans.
So good.
One of my favorite matches, one of my favorite AEW matches of the year is actually going to be on here, even though it's all the ridiculous, multi-person hardcore stuff. But yeah, it was a great match.
Yeah. And I ask, why did this match count and the unsanctioned match didn't count?
Oh, because of the one word unsanctioned?
Yeah, I was just saying. Both of these matches were hardcore, just as hardcore. Right. He pulled out a skateboard with text at the bottom.
Oh my god, that was so cool!
That text at the bottom of it, but somehow, this one counts.
Maybe the thing is lights out matches in AEW could actually be sanctioned, but only if they get a sponsor.
Yeah.
So
that's the same thing I was thinking. Cracker Barrel was willing to pay for it.
Right. So if like Jiffy Lube wants to sponsor like a Janela match, then it will be just like this other Janela match. But the other ones, like, you need, like, Janela will not have any matches count unless they are sponsored, apparently.
By White Claw.
We need the social suplex. We need the social suplex smash now. Let's get that. let's take donations. Let's get this done.
I hope they do the Cracker Barrel Clash every year.
Yes, same here. Every single year. It needs to be an annual tradition. Like, if you're going to do the ring, the 42 karat ring, whatever they're called, or ring bowl knockoff thing they're doing, or if they're going to do every year, they're going to do a men and women's battle royal thing, then they need to also do the Cracker Barrel Clash, because that's just so easy and just a layup. Next two matches, you end up getting the AEW bye match for the tag team tournament between Dark Order and Best Friends. Dark Order goes over, of course, because they're the evil guys and they're trying to set them up his heels, and they've just beat them anyway. But later, so then you have Riho versus Hikaru Shida, which is kind of similar to. No, I'm sorry, I'm just wrong on that. It was basically a semifinal match, because we knew that the winner of the Battle Royal was going to face. The winner, we pretty much assumed the winner of Hikaru Shida versus Riho. Riho ends up winning. I thought it was a good match. People aren't into that match as much as I was. Maybe it's because I'm
we know why
for the wrestling, but I don't know.
No, and that was the whole thing. I remember people not caring about this match, and they were kind of quiet. And I was like, this was a really good match to me.
Yep.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I gave it 3 3/4 at the time.
Yeah, it's not even recommended on Cage Match. That's why it's surprising to me. But Cody versus Shawn Spears which is like, what? You tell me.
Yeah, which is like better. The greatest moment of my life. So I don't know what you're talking about. Yes, this match was 6.5 stars. I don't know what you're talking about. The man, the myth, the legend. You don't understand. I'm first row. I'm talking about the 7-year-old child in me comes out when literally my hero from childhood, Arn Anderson, comes out and 5 feet in front of me does a fucking spine buster. Something I never thought I would see live in my fucking life. This was 19 stars. Throw it all the stars. This was my moment of the year. This was everything to me. The match was Cody, a Cody match. Like, bunch of,
it sure was a Cody match. It was.
It was a bunch of interference. It was the show. It was the emotion. It was everything I love. This is the reason I love the way Cody presents wrestling. Like, Cody's professional wrestling and Floyd's professional wrestling, pretty much the same thing. This was awesome. I got Arn, dude. There's a picture out there showing my expression the moment he hits the spine buster. Oh my God, yes. 22 stars. It's going to keep going up if you keep asking. Keep bringing that up. 64 stars right now.
Amy, what did you think about this match?
I loved listening to Floyd talk about that. That was so great, because as for the match itself, like, I remember Cody's entrance. I remember seeing Shawn Spears. I still wasn't really fully into Shawn Spears and Cody Rhodes as like the rivalry thing, because I'm so used to like longer storyline things. Mm-hmm. And I think if that were to have happened after Dynamite now, where we would get those builds, that would have meant more to me. It was a good match. Nothing wrong with it, but it wasn't necessarily something particularly memorable for me. But so I'm going to just defer to Floyd's amazing rundown of his experience with Arn Anderson right there, because that was the coolest thing. That's great.
Rich.
Man.
The emotional side of wrestling. I told you, tell you about that.
Rich.
Look, man. This match fucking sucked. Okay. I watch these Cody matches and I wonder what the hell alright. I'm a person that enjoys, when it comes to the wrestling, I love a million things happening, right? I love to see great moves, sequences, reversals, counters, big moves, kickouts, all that. That's right up my alley. But Cody Rhodes is the real, I forgot where the expression comes from, but you never know what you're gonna get. Like, you can literally get like an old woman hopping out of the crowd, like, and something happening. But I was very into the build.
I thought you're about to say that Cody is like Forrest Gump with the boxes of chocolates. You never know what you're gonna get. Yeah.
Yes, correct. And
but it's still chocolate every time. You know what I mean?
Thank you.
And chocolate's fucking amazing.
Yeah, I don't think this guy like the critical reception. Like his like he tried to kind of like do another like personal story, like instead of my brother, now I'm going to fight my ex friend, and I'm concerned Cody's eventually going to run out of people. But
so, but look, wait till like Darby turns on him in like 4 months.
Oh my god!
No, this is like an assembly line. It's an assembly line. They're gonna turn Darby heel for Cody. Watch.
I think if it goes down with Darby, Cody is the one that's going to turn heel.
Look, man, I've already gotten as mad about Cody as I'll ever get from when Kenny was feuding with him. So the rest of these are just like this is what he does.
Yeah, so good.
Not my kind of match, but some like Floyd like it. So I'll let you take it home, James.
Look, I don't think the match sucked. I just thought that all the stuff that was there at play with the Dustin match was not at play here with the Shawn Spears thing. Like, for one, Goldust is a goddamn legend. Goldust, Dustin Reynolds, whatever you want to call him, he is a wrestling legend from a prestigious wrestling family, and Cody's adding on to the legacy every single day, right? Of that family. Shawn Spears is a jag. He tries hard. He shows up in great shape.
His presentation
is very good. Yes, his entrance with the music and the contacts, and when he had Tully with him pull off the scarf.
Yeah.
I thought that was a star making entrance. And then the bell rang, and they decided to wrestle a average match,
a WWE style match. Unfortunately,
yeah, a WWE style match. But the thing that was most impressive in the entire match was Tully still being able to do some stuff and doing all the cheating stuff and getting heat, which led to how are we going to get, because while they're wrestling, Cody's out wrestling and shining like the babyface he is against this guy that we now, seeing where he is now, like, what leads you to believe, like, that was a plan all along to end up not actually having be a top of the mid-card heel, but to actually be a bottom of the mid-card heel. So, they had that match. And then Tully's just awesome with doing all the cheating. Cheating this well that I have not seen since in American professional wrestling since probably Shawn Michaels in that match with Undertaker and Triple H in Saudi Arabia, where he was basically like outclassing Kane's right there. He just like embarrassing Kane.
Oh, you're talking about the Australian match.
Yeah, Australia. I'm sorry, Australia, not Saudi Arabia. So anyway, then the way to get Tully off the table, you would assume, be like, all right, well, Cody needs to just deck this old dude. That's not what really happens. Arn comes out, and he ends up taking out Tully's guy, and the crowd goes wild, but then Tully just leaves in shock or whatever, and then it's a fair match, and then Cody beats him, and I'm just like, okay, why is it that I'm watching these Cody matches, and like, they do stuff to pop the crowd, but then like once you think for one split second after the initial pop, what happened? You're just like, wait, what? So that's one of my issues with the Cody matches. But we can move on from there. That's what I had to say. Honestly, I didn't expect to spend this much time talking about this match. About a 3-star, 2 3/4 ass match. Okay.
A 75-star match.
Cool.
I just want to say,
you can call it whatever you want to. It is what it is.
Yes, the one valid criticism I will take is that that's I heard someone say is that all they talked about how they weren't going to bring up old washed WWE guys and try to make their company, and then they have Shawn Spears in a significant match.
But they
was never in a significant match.
Right. And also, I don't know. I push back on that criticism because, like, all right, WWE's been the company that's been, on top for 20 years with no real, competition, and they signed hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of wrestlers, so many wrestlers they don't have room for them or know what to do with. So at some point, somebody's worked somewhere before.
Right.
Like,
It was just worse. It was Sean Spears' placement in WWE. I think that was the biggest argument, is that he was a guy that was never anything in the WWE. And you had him in the match. And you didn't build him up until that match. You just kind of like, he hit somebody with the chair. And I'm like, if that's the thing, I'm just going to come out and hit Jericho in the head with a chair and get a title shot.
Yeah. Well, that was, So that was, but it was a legitimate criticism but the legitimate criticism is based off worried about other promotions past, and we were worried about like the pitfalls of following down the TNA road of, oh my God, what is Tyler Rex doing here? Or the person that, or I forgot his name in WWE, but like, what is, that person doing in the Impact Zone? Like that was a concern. But like I said, the whole match is, if Tully's not there, he would just beat him in like 8 minutes. So, to the end of the line you go, enjoy, the scraps that you have for the rest of your life, getting a check to be, I guess, whatever he's doing behind the stage.
Cody's
he has
friend.
to be having 2 jobs.
Cody's friend. Cody's friend.
Yes.
Cody's
friend. So then from there, we end up getting,
let's get it.
The best. The best. Just, we end up getting the rematch of, Lucha Bros versus the Young Bucks, and this match is just insane. It's, like, for me personally, like, if there is an AEW match that makes my top 10 for favorite matches of the 2019 in the entire world, that I've seen of all the wrestling I saw this year, this would be absolutely the one. Their psychology of them doing the standoff, when on the ladders of like, you do something, if you make one move with my brother in this position, I'm going to kill your brother too. And they went ahead and they tried to kill each other's brothers. It was just amazing. Amy, what were some of the thoughts going through your head when they were going out here doing stuff like, oh, I don't know, Canadian destroyers off ladders through tables?
Okay. My thoughts while watching this at the arena was, oh my God, this is amazing, and please don't die. Like, those were just the 2 thoughts that were running through my head constantly. It was the most stressful, amazing match that I've ever seen, and I never want to see it again, because like, it was so good. It was so good. It was the best ladder match I've ever seen ever. It was incredible. But like, it was so stressful. And then they were talking about it afterwards, about how like they had to call their families after the match to let them know they were okay, that like their wives were in the front row, like horrified. Like, that was a legit match, and I'm shocked that they didn't injure themselves in it. But it was such a thrill ride. And for me, it cemented them both as the best tag teams in the world. Absolutely, hands down. And of course, they were having this sort of like friendly rivalry and competition build up leading into their tag team championship thing that they would start, as to who would be the best in the world. But to me, that solidified it as just they both are, and that we are so lucky to have these 2 teams be able to go at it like this on these kinds of shows, and that we just get to sit here and be thrilled and awed and kind of terrified by the whole thing.
To be honest with you, I was terrified to see Floyd that close to those ladders when they were setting up, when they were doing the ladder push. I was like, yo, Floyd, you need to get out of here. Obviously, I couldn't talk to him, but I was like, I hope he gets the hell out the way.
Yes, that was like one of the better moments of my wrestling life. I get moved out of the way. Basically, Sam from the security moves us as far right. Like, I don't, Rick Knox is yelling, I don't know what they're about to do, but you need to move out the way.
See? Over his head, Rick Knox not knowing what to do. I don't know what they're going to do, but you need to move.
Yeah, he's like, but you need to move. And then I think it was Nick right in front of me, and all I said, please don't die. That was it. And that was all I could work out, because I was so emotionally into this match. Like, I was like, they are trying to kill each other. I think it was one spot where he tried to leap over the ladder and he like barely clipped the table. Like he clipped the rope and went through the table. And I'm like, shit. I'm like, I didn't think he was going to finish the match.
And it was just one table. There wasn't 2 tables stacked on each other. It was one table. I was like, these dudes are idiots. Like, what are they doing?
Yes.
This was like flashbacks to Final Battle, where Nick Jackson had that ladder match and then like clips his head on the table, and you're just like, oh my God. And he's like, I'm never doing that again. And then he goes and does it again.
That's actually what I was going to bring up. I was like, the Bucks have like been in crazy ladder matches all throughout their careers, especially in Ring of Honor, that Final Battle one, especially, and then this
Final Battle one, the Super Card of Honor.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
no.
Both of those two. They did ladder matches on both shows.
Oh,
okay. Yeah.
So then when they get to this one, it's like, well, Pentagon and Phoenix are over. The Bucks for me, it's the craziest ladder match I've ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really know what more to say. It's probably my AEW match of the year. It's like, over 5 stars for sure. And it was just
Destroyer, man. That was
crazy. It's not nothing I'm shocked by. It's like, of course, like, why wouldn't this be the result? You have Pentagon and Phoenix and Matt and Nick Jackson. This is the result. Take your victory lap, y'all.
Yeah.
Yes. Did y'all have just a general question? Did y'all have the thought that you were watching one of these two teams were going to be your first AEW Tag Team Champions?
Oh yeah, I thought
for sure.
Yes,
I thought Lucha Bros for sure, and I still to this day I'm still like look at where they've done with the tag division since Full Gear, and you tell me. So like I still think that they were wrong by not making Lucha Bros after this match, getting their win back, not making them the champions. The inaugural champions. Like, do what you want to do after that, but these should be the inaugural champions.
Yeah, and my whole thought process is like, if they're not the inaugural champions, why did you bring them in?
Yeah. And if your whole thing is, well, they're not signed to us exclusively, it's like, if that's the way you want to play it, why even bring them in?
Nope. But yeah, I'm like, put your best tag team up front.
Or if that's what you're going to do, why do you even let them beat the Young Bucks?
Yeah.
So, we can breeze by this one. The main event for the inaugural, championship, inaugural AEW championship match, Chris Jericho and Adam Page. They had a match. It went 26 minutes and it went probably like, 10 minutes too long.
You know what? I was in being in the building, and I don't know if Amy felt, I never felt while I was there that it was too long. I was into the anticipation of who was going to win. I felt like it was going to be Jericho, but I thought they might do the bold move and put it on Page. I didn't really, I saw the end when he hit that first buckshot, and I was like, oh, okay, I know how this is going to end, like 100%. This is going to end with him going for this move again, and Jericho, hitting him with the Judas effect, because the reason being, it's just the way they play Jericho is that he was smarter than all his opponents.
Right.
He would use their move against them, and it just seemed appropriate. But I was like, at that point where I thought I knew how it was going to end, I was kind of waiting on that to happen. So it never felt long being in the building to me.
Yeah. Well, and first, Hangman Page came out on a horse.
Yes. Came out on a fucking horse.
So,
great.
I mean, that just sets the whole mood right there. You got his badass music. You've got him coming out on a horse. And, I got to say this about Hangman Page. Like, when we were talking about Fight for the Fallen earlier with the match against Kip Sabian, Hangman Page we were still being convinced that Hangman Page is a guy. He's one of the guys. And like, at least for me, like I had watched him in ROH and New Japan, and last year's G1 was great with him. He was kind of like breaking out of the mold a bit, but I wasn't sure that he was up there yet in championship level. And the match at All Out finally felt like, all right, dude, Hangman Page, hell yeah. Like, this dude is a star. This dude's got a story. Okay, he doesn't win now, but I'm on board with seeing how this is going to play out. And I'm with it as far as seeing Hangman Page being up there as one of the guys of AEW. So I enjoyed it.
I thought this was actually like, a Jericho masterpiece, as far as like leading a young guy through that. He had that look when he came out where it was like, I don't know if I'm supposed to be here, but I'm about to, give my all. Like that's what I got from Hangman. And, I loved his entrance, and, I was for weeks begging him to ride a horse out there, to All Out, because, the presentation is everything. Yes. But, like Jericho, he was if it's Chris Jericho in it, I'm going to trust he's going to find a way to make it work. I love this match. I think I gave it like 4.25, and it was like, yo, Jericho's the right choice. He's the right guy, and he's about to lead this young dude through. And, I like the match. So.
Okay, so that leads us to Dynamite. I'm not going to go through all the Dynamites. There's a lot of stuff, but the main takeaways from the first night is we end up getting the opener of Cody and Guevara. They have a very good match and leads to the beginning of Guevara turns, or I guess fully lets the world know that he's a heel. With he gets some dick kicking Cody, and then we move on to later in the show. We get MJF, he cuts a promo, and then he ends up embarrassing the shit out of Brandon Cutler. Brandon Cutler may seem to have blown a knee, but he did not. We end up getting Pac versus Paige, and the first of was, I think, is the maybe the best mid-card feud of the year around the world. Very good match, and it leads to their Full Gear match eventually, and also that tag match a couple weeks later from this point between Kenny and Hangman versus Moxley and Pac. Riho, Nyla Rose inaugural championship. Another Riho does it again. Riho Mania starts on that very night. I wish there was more of her on AEW. I wish we were able to get some TV stuff with her, but that remains to be seen. And then the main event, Ortiz and Santana, after we get the craziest ladder match we've ever seen, come out and attack these two teams. So, they show up and they're tagging with Chris Jericho versus the Elite that night. And then Big Hurt, Jake Hager comes out, along with Guevara, who ties this whole show together from the beginning to the end, and they come out on top after beating the hell out of the Elite, and we end the show with Jericho with his first main event heel faction in his career. Then we're gonna go to 2, and we're actually gonna talk about 2 because 2 was very, 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 very good. We start off with the opening of the tag team tournament between the Private Party and the Young Bucks, and they go out there and they have a classic on television. Do you guys have any, Amy, do you have any thoughts in particular from that moment?
That is on my list for one of the best matches of this year. Right. I know we're not going to talk about all of the Dynamite. Yes. So I think I'm just going to summarize my feelings of Dynamite as a whole, which are basically that from the first 2 episodes, we had this like explosive feeling of just balls to the wall action with, just starting right into it, starting right in with Private Party and the Young Bucks, starting right in with Cody and Sammy. And that to me felt very different. Like we didn't have a soft open where it's like introducing the show and here's all the people. It's just like, all right, here's action. Here's action, 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 action. And as the show has gone, it started to add in a bit more background, a bit more promos, a bit more storytelling. But I love the fact that we're starting to just have a show where it feels like a pay-per-view each week for the most part. There have been a few like softer ones, but when you're comparing softer shows to like some of the best weekly wrestling shows I've ever seen, like that's a pretty good mark to hit. So for me, it's great that we have a show that's just focused on high action wrestling, high action storytelling, whatever. That's basically been the format of Dynamite, and that's been awesome.
Yeah. So then from there, like we have a good Darby Jimmy Havoc match. We have a okay tag match between B and Emmy versus Britt and Riho. Then we get Moxley in the first match on television against Shawn Spears, and he crushes him he steps on him like a damn jelly bean. He crushed.
That was so good.
Yeah, like they even go on further with the LL Cool J lyrics. Like he took a muscle bound man and put his face in the sink. He's bad. Like he beat the hell out of that dude.
I mean, let's say he put Shawn Spears in his place in the roster. That established. Shawn Spears, you're not a guy.
Yeah, well, you are a lore.
Yes, full on lore. Adam Page in the main event is Adam Page and Dustin versus the Inner Circle, which is Jericho and Guevara. All the cheating, Hager doing all the cheating, and then it leads to a huge brawl amongst everybody. Jericho gets the hell out of there amongst all the idiots that are wrestling. He thinks he's unscathed or he's out of dodge, and then lo and behold, you have Jimmy Havoc. You have you have Darby Allin skateboarding down the ramp and leap attacking this man off the skateboard.
So good.
And then gets in the mount, like he basically Thez pressed him. It gets in the mount and throws the weakest, lamest punches you ever seen to someone that's on top in full guard.
No. There have been worse punches.
The dark order.
Oh my god. AEW, we suck at full mount. We suck from full mount. Okay.
Only Full Gear.
Yeah. Okay, so other points. You also have the next week after the huge upset between Private Party and the Young Bucks, you have Private Party versus Lucha Bros. Another great match. I feel like you can almost go either or with them, but like I think the initial shock of the fact that they had the upset victory is what most people will remember. So I think most people will go with that match instead. But Ray Phoenix is just a god of wrestling. He's just incredible. Let's see what else you have. You have I think that's also the third week. That's also when you get the Cody promo, right? Or no? The Cody promo where he ends up doing the brawl in the concourse with Jericho.
I think that is like got tickets. Yeah, I think that is like got tickets.
Yeah. There's also that. That pretty much sets the stage for what we are going to get on Full Gear. So I guess let's just go to Full Gear. I mean, we could talk about that tag match, between Kenny and Omega and Hangman versus, Moxley and Pac, which led to the little.
Well, before you do that, they did also establish their secondary show with AEW Dark, Destination Viewing.
Yes.
Yeah, it's so Destination Viewing, they didn't know, they've only like promoted one time on Dynamite. So can we move on?
I'm about to say, let me tell you, their secondary YouTube show is killing pretty much.
It's great. It's a great show.
It's a great show.
Amazing.
And like, they got 300, like half of their TV audience is watching Dark.
It's a fantastic show.
Yeah, if you're just going straight numbers. So, I mean, Dark's an amazing show. It's just, like, I suggest everybody watch it. And I always say it makes AEW more accessible. I know some people don't want to watch anything but Dynamite, but when you're talking to a guy in the street about AEW and they don't have cable, which a lot of people don't have cable, you have a phone, you have YouTube on your phone, right? Pull up Dark. It's a great way to introduce people to AEW.
Yeah.
Also, Kenny Omega's on that fucking show.
Yeah. Cody Rhodes is on that show. The Bucks are on that show. It's just like, it's a secondary show, but they put their main stars on it.
Yes, that's true. That is very much true. And they also have kick-ass matches on their version of WWE Main Event in a way that like does not happen on WWE Main Event, aside from like when they decide, I think we're done with Cedric Alexander and Ricochet, so let them go out there and be on Main Event. Ugh.
Yeah.
So, oh boy. So, as I was saying, like that tag match between Moxley and Pac versus Hangman and Kenny Omega. That's a great tag match. It's very different from a Young Bucks match or any of the other matches that were on the tag team tournament. It ends up leading to Pac, who's undefeated, like telling Moxley, knock it off with the shenanigans and the hardcore stuff, and you being just caring about wanting to destroy Kenny Omega after he shit talked him. And Moxley in return says, screw you, I'm hitting you with my finish and you get to get your first L. So you see that they were heading in a direction with those two in the meantime, before going off to, Full Gear. So Kenny ends up getting one of his biggest win his biggest win in AEW at the time. And then he ended up going to Full Gear, and because, I don't know, they just wanted to go over the top with it. They decide, let's go have ourselves a lights out match. And the setup of the story between Kenny and, Moxley is that they both have fought deathmatch guys, and, those were great matches with Janela, but, we ended up getting to it, and I thought they had a match that, very divisive. I thought it was a great match. It's not a match I necessarily would want to go back and watch again. What were your thoughts, Amy?
Well, the story for this match was that you both had two guys who were at the top of their respective companies coming into this new company. So you have Kenny Omega, who's at the top of New Japan, and you have John Moxley, who's in the Shield, with WWE, and that they both have this really great experience behind them coming into AEW. You also had Jon Moxley going to New Japan for the G1 with some of the best G1 matches ever in this year's G1. And that's a really intense heavyweight tournament where they're wrestling like 4 to 6 insane matches a week. So you have him going through this grueling setup. He's getting injured. He's sort of actually elevating New Japan's next generation of top talent while being in there. And it's kind of following in Kenny Omega's footsteps. He doesn't quite make it because he doesn't win the G1, but the story of it is that they're both trying to sort of prove to the other person that they are, if not equal, one of them is better than the other. And Moxley has an advantage of being, a deathmatch wrestler, hardcore guy, also being in the G1. Kenny Omega's been kind of fallen down a bit with the ranks and with his matches. So I really loved the story in setting up this match, and I actually really loved the match itself. The end of it where they just ripped off the apron of the ring and then he does a Phoenix splash with his face on the board was insane. I loved the spider web. I loved this match. I thought it was crazy. And for a person who doesn't even like hardcore matches or blood, I think it's because I have a bias for Kenny matches. I just loved it. It was fantastic. I loved it.
I was the odd person. I was one of the people that I had no emotional attachment or anything towards this match. This wasn't the match. This wasn't my Moxley versus Omega Dream match. My Moxley versus Omega Dream match is a G1 match. It was G1 Moxley versus Kenny Omega. That was the dream match. Right. That's what I thought I was like paying for.
Right.
And then they said, hey, it's going to be an unsanctioned match. And it was just like, so it's not going to count. You're going to have your two of your highest record.
Never
people,
happened.
And this match is just a match. And that bothered me. And so literally I felt like there was nothing to this match. I was like, why isn't this on Dark? Because it doesn't count.
Yeah.
It's like, why? And if it doesn't count, why is it going on after your world title match? I just like, because they're doing the lights out gimmick. I get it.
Right.
Yeah. It's just like, this match means nothing. Why am I watching it?
And also, you got it at the point after you've been devastated because No, like the whole Cody not winning thing, I was okay with, and how they did it, I was okay with. It was one of my favorite matches.
That was when MJF turned, huh?
Yeah, that was oh my god. Yeah, I was gonna say we were talking about the type of wrestling I grew up on. Oh, that was straight up a WCW 1989 pay-per-view and Sting getting kicked in the balls by Lex Luger or somebody like that.
But they never would have made it. But they never made a step with Sting that like, oh yeah, like you're the face of the company. Let's make sure you can never win again, and then go actually execute it to where he can never be the champion again. If they ever change this, I'm killing them.
Man, I'll be right there with you. But I see it coming, so I'm kind of accepting it because these kind of things happen. I mean,
they're going to change it. This is an old territory type thing. I remember talking to Josh about this one time.
Dumb.
And by the time they do it, people are going to love it. People are going to accept it. It's going to fly. I promise.
It's going to be amazing because MJF is going to be the biggest prick about it, and he's going to be a slimeball betrayal snake guy about it, and then he's going to be so arrogant that he would challenge Cody. And he's, maybe he has the title, right? And so maybe he challenges Cody. I don't know how he does it, but it's going to suck because it's going to be MJF and he's going to be the worst. It's going to be amazing.
I've said the best way that I've seen doing it is Cody turning heel and he says, I'm the MVP. I'm the EVP. I can just fucking do what I want to do. Right. And I think that would be a perfect way to get rid of the stipulation.
That might be the only way that I would not absolutely hate it. But anything else, I'm absolutely hating it because it's just like you're telling long form stories in this company and they're pretty good with the duration they have so far. I mean the Chris Statlander whole thing that's happening right now. But You gave me fake stakes knowing that you were going to eventually take it away. So you clearly were just fucking with me. So for me, I'm just going to hate it.
Let me tell you, the only one that I thought was really it was I was like, man, Shawn Michaels never going to wrestle again. Once Shawn Michaels wrestled again, I've given up on wrestling stipulations.
They just right.
They just
like I can't.
Well, Shawn Michaels. At least Shawn Michaels had to pay Dilly for it. He went and did a moonsault, and Undertaker and Kane didn't catch him. So that's the price you pay when you go back and you'll step. You see what happens when you go back and you'll step? You don't get caught.
Cody will do it, and then the floorboard will catch his face again. There you go.
Yeah, the Saudi check still cash. That's all I got to say.
Yeah. Well, are we sure?
Look, Vince is checking with cash, but where's Vince getting the money?
Yeah. All right. I mean, other parts of that card, you end up having Hangman Page versus Pac. I thought that was a great.
I really enjoyed that match.
Or at the beginning of that card, I thought it was great. And then I just love watching them together. I mean, then you had the Brain Buster on the chair that was open. That was just like wild. Trying to think what else you had. You had the opener actually. You had Santana and Ortiz versus the Young Bucks, and they promptly whooped their asses throughout the whole match. It was like, it was funny because you saw. I ended up catching the 20. What was it called? The 24/7 type stuff they do. The countdown stuff was very similar to the 24/7 stuff, and it was this clear juxtaposition of growing up and you having to scrap and claw and make your own way, as opposed to being in this area where you had these resources that you got just by being born, right? And then we had I had my dad make my ring for us, or make the ring for us, or whatever, when we did backyard wrestling. Meanwhile, like, these dudes were like had to get on the trains, right? We always talk about with New York guys having to get on trains to do anything, and it comes to they basically go have a match, and the whole thing is like Ortiz and Santana are just straight up tougher than them dudes, and they just beat their ass the whole match and then pinned them. Loved it.
They turned it into a street fight. You know, they turned it into a fight, and that's not the Bucks match. And it was just wrestling. It was pro wrestling at its finest. Like, you wrestled our style, we beat you in it.
Yes. And also on the match used to be brought up was Riho versus Emi Sakura in a match for the AEW Women's title. This is a match that literally got announced before Emi actually won her way into it on screen, and then Emi had to go on Twitter and tell the story of pupil versus master, and all the run up and all this stuff. It's just a shame that, like, AEW decided, like, yep, all women segments, they get pretty much 20 minutes for a whole entire 2-hour ass show. So now that we're on the back end, we talk about like where we went up from November through this year, and also like the lead up, what we assume is the collision course of Jericho versus Moxley. And the teasing of Hangman, is he going to turn heel? Is he going to join the Dark Order? Dark Order's over, I guess, where they're the top stars in the entire promotion now. Where do you want to take this, Amy?
Let's review. Maybe let's look at our favorite matches for our top 10 matches for the year with AEW, and then we look to the next year, because I mean, there's been so much happening with Dynamite. There's been a lot of I guess we could do that. We could look at what the major storylines have been from Dynamite, because they've been doing, is it 12 shows that they've done so far?
Yeah, 12,
something like that.
Something like 12. Yeah, so they're a brand new company. They had 4 or 5 pay-per-views this year. They've had 12 shows, and there's been a lot that they've put in place. There's been a lot of excitement that they've had, and there've been some kind of hits and misses with what they've been trying to do and that they're learning from. Let's look at the women's division. Where do you guys see the women's division at right now with AEW Dynamite? Positives and what they can improve on next year.
Right now, it's a very mid division. Just like, that's the best way I could say it. It's just kind of there. And I think it's going to get more of a focus, but I think they really are establishing the singles and tag divisions first as big things. And then they're going to get more into the women's division, because with a 2-hour show, it's hard to do it all at the same time. It's ever improving. Addition of Chris Statlander, Big Swole, Shanna, that is adding to the roster. Also addition by subtraction. taking Brandy and Allie out of wrestling and, Les Leva out of wrestling and putting the people that people want to see, bringing in B. Hopefully we can get Yuka Sakazaki back. I think it's, the future is looking good, but the present, the beginning and to the middle was not great.
Yeah, I think they utilized AEW Dark really well for that as like a place for the women's division to sort of get footwork practice, chemistry, dynamics, just kind of get some ring time in. And I feel like, with Chris Statlander, with Big Swole, that there's been a lot of improvement just with those two that have been added to the division. I'm really glad that they didn't go with Britt Baker getting the title. Because it felt like she was in that position from the Jacksonville rally announcing her, and that, she looks like the star. She looks like a WWE women's division star. She's got the look and everything. But I'm glad that they've sort of started following a different approach, and I'm really glad that they started following like the organic reception to Chris Statlander and kind of reacting off of that and pushing her. I'm not sure if they were doing that as an organic reaction or if they had that as an idea when they signed her, but I'm loving that that's the direction that they're putting in with her. And I think that that's sort of bringing up the rest of the women's division and letting them shine in a bright light instead of just having tunnel vision on like Britt Baker, for instance.
Rich?
So the AEW women's division got a lot of big promises to begin with, but you start looking around, you're almost like, well, how are you going to actually make this happen? Because there is no Kenny Omega of women to start your division with. There is no Chris Jericho of women to start your division with. So I think they've taken a very slow burn kind of approach to it. Of course, they've been having to work around people's schedules up and down the division, including the champion. And I think they're locked in this ratings war. So the women were a casualty, as far as like screen time and and everything like that. But I've always contended that this would be a strength in time. Floyd mentioning them taking, the people out of the matches that were stinking the joint out and putting capable people in their place. That can only, make things better. And then, people like Shanna showing up, who's like, we looked at her cage match and it was like, well, she has a great reputation about her. So, it's like anything else. It needs more reps, needs more time. And I think people forget, like, having a great women's division, it isn't something that happens overnight. You gotta cultivate that thing. You gotta like NXT didn't show up, rolling out of bed where it was like, yo, this is what it is. And there have been rough periods in every company. And to think about it, like there's not, we've also gone over the U.S. women's scene, unless you want to turn this just into hiring, every Joshi under the sun, which I don't think they want to do. The amount of main event matches and, veteran experience, like it's just not there on that side. So, they've got an uphill climb, and, they got someone like Statlander, I think, who's going to be huge for them. So, if you can get that rolling and, they've got that big match to start with, it begins there because like the eyes are on it right now.
Totally agreed.
It stunk. Like, there's no way around it. It stunk. Riho, like, aside from Riho, Shida, and Statlander, who's been here for, 4 matches, and so, like, a month. The thing is just, I don't know how you're supposed to get over. I mean, I'm looking at the other division. I'm looking at the other division and the tag division, and I see them constantly finding different ways to try to get other people over. I see them getting mic time to present what they're going to do to try to build up what they're going to do in the week and the weeks coming. I see in their men's division, they're brawling over the time and they're doing on this universe sharing type stuff where they interact with each other. And then I see like slapdash, hastily thrown together stuff for the women's side, and I see no other than, oh, she's an alien, or she is a human that running an alien gimmick, whichever one you want to call it, or oh, she's a cute petite Japanese woman, or this woman looks like a gigantic megastar who decided to come over here instead of fighting Aja Khan for the 59th time, or Ozaki-gun. So, it's funny because Floyd was talking about like what his wrestling is promos and character work and that sort of thing or whatever, to a point, and getting the emotion involved. And I don't know where you begin to do this when you don't give any other woman promo time. Like it's funny because you look at when they did the countdown thing at Full Gear to set up the to try to promote Britt Baker versus Bea Priestley, and you see Bea Priestley have one of the better promos this year when she says that Britt Baker, you are a fucking dentist. But like, there's nothing else there but aside from that. And it also played with me where like I see the Full Gear main card match where Emmy's on Twitter having to promote this thing. I'm just like, put this on the show. Look, no disrespect. I need to know why I need to care about your women's title match or whatever else instead of the third or fourth tag match. I'm sorry, Trent Beretta, kick rocks right now. So for me, it's been seriously lacking, and I'm not ready to just completely just write them off. But we're going to see over the next 6 months, because if shit doesn't really change in the next 6 months, then like, I don't know how it's just unavoidable at that point.
I agree to a point, but it's like, if you think about the time, what they're putting their time into, what draws, it's like they're trying to focus on building other parts of the company before building the women's division. The thing about the WWE, which I actually said their name, is that they had 30 years of basically no women's wrestling, and then they could focus on the women's division. Right. Then they could focus. I mean, their men's singles, the men's were established. Their tag team division was what it was, and it's like, okay, well, now we got a bunch of time. We can put a women's in the main event of WrestleMania, because WrestleMania is the established brand. It doesn't really matter who's in the main event of WrestleMania. We can do what we want there, but it's like AEW is like, they've only been around a year and everyone's expecting them to, well, I want you to focus on the singles division and build stars. I want you to focus on the tag team division and build stars. I want you to focus on the women's division and build stars. You can't do it all at the same time. It's impossible.
The thing that I disagree with you on is, if you take out the women's division, right, and you look at their tag division, you look at their mid card, you look at their main event division, all of those are firing on all cylinders. Why is this one not?
There's not enough time in 2 hours.
I would say if that's the case, carve out some time out of the tag matches.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I could agree, because
my thing is this: if we're trying to draw audience, we have seen through Total Divas, we have seen through the addition of Ronda Rousey, we have seen through the rise of Becky Lynch, that women viewers will watch if you present them a product that's worthy of being watched, and they ain't done it yet. Yeah. There are elements there at place. We talked about it between the top three so far. But you can't just give them just wrestling match, move on, and the storytelling is just done in the matches. I can deal with that because I watch Joshi. Not everybody's the type of person that can just watch Joshi feds. So you need to have the elements of progression of storyline in a direction to get people intrigued, like, oh my God, Nyla Rose. I mean, they did a little bit of that with the Shayna beatdown or whatever else. You see a program forming here. But that was week 11 that's week 11 out of 11 weeks. That's the first time you really did anything like that.
I guess you're going to have to let them get better. Cause I would venture the question, who can really cut a promo? Like, I think most people would agree that kind of Brandy is the best promo as far as the women, and she's not people, anytime she comes on the screen, it's just something they hate her. They hate her. So
But my thing is this: you don't have to do promos in front of a live crowd. pre-tape the damn thing.
Okay. I mean, I see valid points, but I just still think that the other divisions are still being established.
I'm happy with watching them build the division because they've done promos. They had B. Priestley, they had Britsburg. But I think that there are, like, the reality is that there's a lot of, it's like a microcosm. There's a lot of variety in the women's division. So you have experienced veterans, you have Joshi wrestlers, you have relatively new wrestlers who are wrestling on the American Indies. And there's a lot of different experiences that need to learn to work together and learn to communicate in the ring and just, kind of develop, I think. And I think that giving them time to develop is going to pay off in 6 months. I think in 6 months, we're going to see a really great women's division. It may not be, evolution type, Becky Lynch and Charlotte Flair kind of thing, but it might. But I think that we have time for it to grow as long as we see if there's potential there. And I think with Chris Statlander, I think with Big Swole, I think honestly with Allie, I love Allie. I think that, there's potential there with Riho, with Hikaru Shida, with Emi Sakura. I think that there's a lot to look at there as long as they can figure out a way to make it gel together. I think that's been the biggest issue so far is just making it gel together in the ring.
And the biggest thing is they're going to have to steal a headliner from some company.
Yeah.
They need a headliner. They don't have one.
And Chad had that analogy, like they're working with a lot of low draft picks, essentially. So, I mean, I think Statlander is going to eventually be your cornerstone and your ace. So,
okay,
it's going to take time for it to get there.
Okay, so I get what they mean by that, as far as it's a low draft pick, but it's like, all right, well, the number one leader in women's world wrestling, as far as most wrestling stars, they put fucking Lacey Evans in a title program. So it's like,
well, and you see how well that went over.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I'm just saying a lot of those.
My point is the depth of talent is not that disparate amongst, once you split WWE on the main roster down the middle between Raw and SmackDown. Like, for example, who's the sixth best woman on Raw right now?
No idea. There's only 4 of them to care about.
Yeah.
Well, Natty's 5. So that's my point. Like, they're like, there's no like huge pool of depth there. And then you look at SmackDown and it's what? Right?
It's like Sasha Bailey and a ham sandwich.
Right. So,
but the NXT division, which is what they're really competing on, kicks ass.
Well, yeah, I'm
just saying that's where you're comparing,
yeah,
and there's a Grand Canyon between the NXT women's division and AEW's women's division.
I agree.
Speaking of aliens, they are in 2 different galaxies.
I agree, but right, but I'm not trying to compare them in NXT. I'm trying to compare them in, like, the main roster that also has a struggle and lacks of depth. Yeah. But they still figure out, like, we got to find a way to get the mic into Becky's mouth, or into Becky's hands so she can cut a promo. We got to find a way to get people to dislike Charlotte Flair or whatever we're doing. We got to find a time to have the Boogie Warriors kick some ass to get themselves over a little bit to try to build towards TLC. I don't really see that kind of, on that's a 3-hour show, right? But I mean, obviously they have more time to offer that, but like, I don't even see that even with the time allotted to even try to move forward or whatever. Like I said, the steps between Shanna, the rebuild of Nyla by beating Shanna, I'm cool. I see a positive step in that direction, but I need to see, maybe 1 or 2 more for the rest of it. Like when Riho comes back, like whenever B actually decides to, be on, or not decides to, but like actually gets on, Dynamite instead of being on Dark all the time. What happens like with Statlander after like Riho basically dispatches her. Like that's what I'm worried about. And I'm like, I mean, I see the Nightmare Collection on the horizon, but I'm just like,
yeah,
I wish I didn't.
Yeah, I don't know. I truly will be like, I dig it. I dig the whole thing they're going for, but I don't. Who's gonna wrestle?
Wait, you actually dig the Nightmare Collection?
Well, I mean, it's Brandy. It's
yes, I do for sure.
Yeah,
give me the Coven of Witches all day.
I was gonna say, give me the Coven of Witches all day. It is like she literally had to wear a hat and take a picture on Twitter that said "witch." so people would understand the character that she's playing.
Dude, because I was calling her a vampire this whole freaking time.
Yeah, so she's a witch. And no, I dig it. It's pro wrestling to me. You know, it's like it's trying to give the women's division something other than just going for the title. It is actually trying to give them the depth that you want. That's what Nightmare Collective is an attempt to do.
And I get that it's not everybody's thing, but I love the fact that it's so absurd that there's a voodoo witchcraft situation happening. I love Brandy Rhodes being in the position that she's in. It's interesting watching her play actress, because usually it's been her as a manager, which feels more like her playing herself, you know, as Cody's wife, Cody's manager, kind of playing the villainous character there. And she's always been really good at it. So seeing her break out into this version of it, I think will get better with time. And I'm willing to operate on faith with that. But I really do like the idea of Awesome Kong coming in and sort of collecting trophies from the women's division and then figuring out who in the world is going to be able to come up against Awesome Kong. Like, what to do with that? How are they going to use that? What happens when they do finally induct somebody in there? How do they use them? Do they tear through the women's division? Do they tear through the roster? Do you have Awesome Kong just bulldozing through everyone and putting herself in a championship position? Who stops her? Is it Nyla Rose? Like, I'm super intrigued by that whole thing, and I'm totally for it. I get that it's got its hiccups, and I get that there are reasons why it's not their favorite, but I love it.
Yeah, as far as Nightmare Collective goes, like, I think it's, it has the potential to, like, get in the way of things I really care about, so I'm kind of operating with, like, caution on it. I'm interested to see what happens with, old girl that cut her hair, Melanie Cruz, and see if she's actually going to be the one to, you know, give this some credibility in the ring, because Kong is, you know, past her prime. She's not, you know, what she once was. And I think they got to get Melanie Cruz rolling before I can really, you know, just throw it 6 feet under. So, but, sure. and I mentioned this on the show, maybe like a month ago, like when the first thing came out, you know, Brandy gets a lot of what she gets because of 2 things. She's Cody's wife, and she's a black woman in charge in, you know, a major, you know, professional thing, and, you know, she's inexperienced in the ring. You can give her that too. Yeah. And part of me just wants to see her succeed with something, so it's like, all right, I'm gonna give you every opportunity. Just don't fuck this up. Like that's where I'm at with it.
Yeah. Yeah. And I've heard that on your show, and I never even thought of it that way. I just thought, you know, she married into greatness. You know what I mean? So they didn't, that's why they hate her. That's what I like.
And she was the one using the name Rhodes when he couldn't. And there's a lot of stuff
even though the reason was it's so they could announce them as Cody and Brandy Rhodes, so he could effectively use the name anyway. And it's just, people just ignore that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I guess, I think the directions are from the other outside of the women's divisions are like all headed in nice directions. I'm kind of worried about, you know, what they're going to do with the Dark Order and whatever. But outside of that, do you guys have any other concerns, or you think it's like easy peasy and it's kind of smooth sailing along the way?
My biggest concern is one of those things. I'd rather you under promise and over deliver than vice versa. Mm-hmm. And I think with the women's division talking about how it was going to be equal to the men's division was shit at this point. That's all you can say. 2.5 months into TV, they're not on the equal level.
Yeah, I think that's fair, but I think that
it could get there, but it's just not there yet.
I'm willing to wait to see if it gets there, and I think it will. I think that's where I'm at. It's not there right now, but I'm excited to see it come to that point, and I'm excited to watch it grow to that point.
Yeah.
And Statlander, we trust.
Yeah,
Statlander, we trust.
Yeah, that first show, like, experience had me. It was like the first thing I really didn't agree with AEW, and I'm like, you have the show, right? And I know that you're trying to get to establish Chris Jericho in the main event, but I'm like, you have the women's title being decided. How is that not the main event?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
That was to me was like their first like Floyd's questioning something you did.
Well, it's like when they go a week or two later after that. No, I'm sorry. They go to the go home show for Full Gear, and they only give SCU versus Lucha Bros like 10 damn minutes. I was like, I mean, I guess they just bungling both these ancillary divisions.
You got to make your titles matter. Yeah. You got to make your titles matter. When they are the only title being defended, they have to be your main event.
Yeah. Things you're most looking forward to in 2020 with AEW. Amy?
Oh my goodness. The villain. I want to see Marty's girl come in. I'm not sure he's going to come in, for real. Like, I think he is. I'm like 95% sure. But he always seems kind of like a wild card that's looking to check out other things and see what he wants to do. So we'll see. I'm excited for a West Coast tour. I want to see Moxley become champ and build a long-term feud with Kenny Omega. I think that would be awesome. I would love to see Hikaru Shida in a contendership position, if not champion. And I want to see Nyla Rose come back from her kayfabe suspension and be a person who starts chasing after the Nightmare Collective if they start building themselves up as something to be intimidated by.
So you want to come back off of that as a babyface?
Well, so it'll be interesting because the thing is that like Nyla Rose won single-handedly, right? The Casino Battle Royale. And like she went through the division and she's not in a title position. So she has legitimate gripe with not being in that title position. And she also has a legitimate gripe with kind of being second guessed. Like the last match I think that she had was, I think it was on Dark, where she was tag teaming with Leva Bates. And she wanted to do a handicap match to show that she could pummel through everyone. So she never tagged Leva Bates into this match. Leva Bates actually sat on the turnbuckle. Man, it was amazing. She's like reading a book and like sipping coffee or whatever. It was awesome. But she went and powered through on that and she was furious. So I would love to see this kind of like, who the hell do you think you are coming through the women's division? It's my turn. I have gripes and I have gripes with you, Brandy. And, you know, not necessarily coming in as obvious as that, but I would like to see it work towards something like that. I think that both of them working together would be great. So those are the things that I'm looking forward to the most. And I'm curious to see if the revival comes in. That would be interesting.
Floyd? Oh, actually, Rich, predictions for 2020 AEW?
I want to see like Kenny like kind of find himself as a character, because it seems like he's afraid to like speak, or they're just not letting him cut promos in front of the crowd. He's still having great matches. I think he's, easily the, in-ring performer of the year in AEW, but it's, there's something that's missing. Like, and I watched his entrance video, and this is me just overly looking at whatever, being a huge Kenny Omega fan. They show him where he's walking through Japan and he has like this blank look on his face. I'm like, how is this supposed to inspire people? And it's like just weird. And I think there's like a way longer play with him. So it's one of Kenny Omega's beautiful professional wrestling stories that it'll all pay off and work in the end. But it's just through the intermediate time, it's like, well, where is it at? So I think the Hangman thing is going to be interesting. How they play it with being the Elite. I'm looking forward to watching more being the Elite, because I love being the Elite and everything like that. But I'm looking forward to see like Jericho too. Like how long can this renaissance really like go? Like how does the Inner Circle, what changes about the Inner Circle over the next year? Is there any like power struggle, or does someone get kicked out of the group? Do they bring people in the group? How does the Cody and MJF thing go? Because for me, I think they did that turn way too fast. Cody and MJF never teamed up at all in AEW. Like they never even did a tag team match together. So we were just kind of told they were friends. Those of us that know the story. But for, them being on TV, I thought you could have gone and you could have had him turn at like Double or Nothing, or at least, or I've done that for a year, really build it up, but maybe, you know, they felt like they were in a situation where there is no tomorrow. So that's like the only thing that I can really say there. And I love the tag team division at AEW. It's the best one I've ever seen in my life. I hope that the Elite, you know, treat themselves like fucking stars next year, because this is called All Elite Wrestling. And I was a huge fan of the Elite. I understand that they're trying to book to keep heat off of them by, you know, people that approach them in bad faith. And you can scan every comment section, you know, to find that type of stuff. But we know these dudes are stars. There's a reason this promotion exists, and eventually it's going to come back around. So that's what I'm looking forward to.
Okay. And Floyd, what are you looking to most in 2020 for AEW?
I want to see more Ray Phoenix singles matches. I think he's a star that easily translates, and I think he should be pushed more as a single star. I do love the Lucha Bros, don't get me wrong, but he's just amazing. The battle for the soul of the Hangman. I think I brought that up on our show. I think there it is going to be a pull from both sides between the Elite and the Dark Order, and I would love to see this play out on TV. And let's see, Cody, more Cody, all the Cody, just so much Cody. And then the women's division, I would like to see how it develops. I am one of those people that I live an optimistic lifestyle. And so I'm always going to look that it's going to be built. And since they signed Big Swole, who is like one of my favorite wrestlers, I'd like to see how she's going to develop in her role on the show. Okay.
I guess my hopes and my predictions for 2020 is that the elite in All Elite Wrestling are, treat themselves like the stars that they are. Stop fucking off and wasting time, or not wasting time, but like stop doing goofy stuff and cut promos and put yourselves over into having big wins against different people. I would like to see what happens with the MJF Cody thing, because I think that match is not going to be good, but we'll see. I would like for Cody to dispatch of him and move on, and maybe he becomes the mid-card champion if they have a mid-card belt, that sort of thing, or figure out a way to, I guess in a way be like the John Cena 2015 of AEW, where it's like, look, I'm not the champion, but I'm going to make use of, cutting promos and doing interesting things or whatever else throughout next year. I'm okay with Moxley or Jericho being the champion for most of 2020. I don't really have a preference. I don't really care. Kenny, I mean, he's got to cut promos, period. He can't hide. You got to stop that. But definitely, I need the women's division to actually be a wrestling division that has people that are trying to turn into stars, as opposed to match, angle after match. So I guess from there we can talk about our more positive after I've been a drag the last half hour. We can talk about our top 10 favorite matches in AEW this year. Do you guys have your lists ready?
Yep.
We do.
Okay, so
I'll go in a circle.
We're gonna go Amy, Floyd, Rich, and then me. And we're gonna go basically 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. You get the picture. So, Amy, do you want to tell us your number 10?
10 is QT Marshall and Cody versus Butcher and Blade. I loved the storytelling of it. My things are going to be based on storytelling, compelling nature of the matches, and athleticism.
Okay. Floyd, number 10?
Kenny Omega, the Elite versus Lucha Bros and Laredo Kid from Fyter Fest.
Rich?
So I've got Cody versus Darby Allin from Fyter Fest. I loved it. It was a draw that felt like a young guy coming up, and Cody being a great veteran. He now is Randy Orton, which is hilarious, but I think he's better. But I think, this was just like, it's such a great match. I just can't recommend it enough.
Okay, and for me, I'm going to go with, I'm doing it off the top of my head, sorry y'all. I'm going to go with Kenny Omega and Adam Page versus Jon Moxley and Pac on Dynamite from, I think that's October 16th. Just that exchange in the match between Kenny and Moxley is like, that's what I wanted their match to be, and we didn't get it, but like, it's still there, and eventually we're going to get it, and I'm just going to love it. Amy, number 9?
Number 9 is Lucha Bros versus Jurassic Express, because it was the first time we saw Marco Stunt in something that wasn't just a comedy filler for Jurassic Express, and we actually had to see him do something. And I feel like because of Luchasaurus' injury, we got to see both Jungle Boy and Marco Stunt get over in a different kind of way and have to adapt in a completely different style of match. And that was really fun. So for what it set out to accomplish, they totally knocked it out of the park, and that was great.
I remember in that match, Marco Stunt like did 3 moves, and the internet just was like, he could never do these moves ever, and went fucking nuts.
Yeah, like he could never do those lucha moves in a real fight. Well, no shit.
Yes. My number 9 is Hangman versus Pac from Full Gear. It was one of the few moments that I felt like Hangman has felt like a star, and I felt like that the people actually got behind him in that match.
So my number 9, I've got Kenny Omega versus Pac at All Out. One of the most shocking matches of the year. Lots of good work between them in the match. Kind of like a round 1. Kenny kind of not preparing for this guy, preparing for someone else. Gets caught by this dude who has a long legacy elsewhere. And, I thought it was a great match.
Okay, my number 9. I'm going to go with Hikaru Shida, Ryo Mizunami versus Aja Kong, Yuka Sakazaki, and Emi Sakura from Double or Nothing. This is probably the most watched Joshi match on this side of the pond, possibly ever. It was just so fun to watch them fly around and have a typical Joshi 6-woman tag match. I mean, you can see a bunch of them. There's nothing particularly special about this as opposed to seeing like, oh yeah, there's a bunch of women. They're really good at wrestling, and they move around and they fly around, and they all are different, and they all dress different, and they all have different things they bring to the table. And I thought it was awesome. Number 8, Amy.
Cracker Barrel Clash. We already talked about this. That was an awesome match. Totally loved it. It was an absolute blast. So yeah, that's definitely on my list of top matches for this year.
Floyd?
Number 8, Nyla versus Rio, Dynamite episode 1. It was a match that kind of no one was into for the first 5 to 8 minutes, and then they through their storytelling. By the end of the match, everybody was on their feet and everybody cared who won that match. I just thought it was well done telling a story in a match.
So my number 8, I'm going to go with Kenny Omega versus Joey Janela on AEW Dark, a match that put AEW Dark on the map. Essentially, Joey Janela and Kenny was a match that I always kind of wanted to see once, AEW had the rosters in place. I was like, that would be a really cool match, and it was. And both times they did it, it was a really good match. So they're just taking all types of crazy bumps and, doing a main event level, length match. This match set up AEW Dark as a destination.
Okay. Number 8 for me, I'm going to go with Jon Moxley versus Darby Allin from the November 20th Dynamite main event. I enjoyed the hell out of this match, and it's a match that, I think Darby Allin lost absolutely nothing from getting his ass whooped forever by Moxley, and I think Moxley earned some stripes as a person that is a thinking man's wrestler, and as opposed to the goofball that he was in AEW or in WWE for so long. I mean, and the finish is just one of the more dangerous, outrageous finishes you'll see in professional wrestling. I hope they never do that again, but for the purpose it served, I guess it's not the worst thing in the world. Amy, number 7.
Emi Sakura versus Riho. I loved the teacher versus student dynamic. I loved the match. I loved how brutal they got because they knew each other so well, and I loved how respectful they were at the end with the tearful bows and Emi Sakura raising Riho's arms at the end of the match and sort of passing the torch of greatness onto her in Japanese women's wrestling.
Nick Jackson versus Ray Phoenix, episode 8. I will just say Rich Latta's Pro Wrestling.
Yes, sir. So I will go with Cody versus Dustin from Double or Nothing. These guys, they bled, they fought, and the whole presentation, before the match and after the match, everyone was looking around the room like we had just saw something special.
For me, I am going to go with. I forgot about a match, and all right,
scrambling.
We're just going to scrap it. We're going to go with Hangman Page versus Pac from Full Gear. I love this match. If this was, this is what I want my serious mid-carders to main eventers and up, like matches to resemble for the most part. Just guys busting their ass because they because they want to shine. Just loved it. And Pac is just incredible and always has been. Just more validation. Amy, number 6.
Number 6, this is going to be another strange outlier, but I loved Jericho and Jungle Boy because of the story that they told, the goal that they had set out to put Jungle Boy over. It was supposed to be 10 minutes. And Jungle Boy he hit a lion salt on Jericho. Like, that's insane.
That was great.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that's
like the whole thing was great. How Jericho reacted was great. That was just a lot of fun. And it really cemented Jungle Boy as someone that isn't just the mid dude in a trio team.
Agreed.
My number 6, showing up for the first time, but not the last time on my list, Cody Rhodes versus Chris Jericho at Full Gear. The story that it told, the MJF screwing of Cody to end the match. It was great heel turn, great professional wrestling.
Up next, I've got Private Party versus I think I fucked up too. Yeah, okay. All right.
Live radio, ladies and gentlemen.
Live radio. So, okay, I'm just gonna have to pick between them. So, I'll do this. This was a tie. So, Private Party versus the Lucha Bros and Private Party versus the Young Bucks are gonna share this spot for me. They, flip a coin. It just super fast lightning tag team wrestling in a bottle. It doesn't get much better than either of those.
So what you're saying is you slapdashedly put together a list and had no idea for what you were really trying to do, and then a moment came you remembered something last minute and decided to come up with a weird finish. Rich a lot is out here doing his list like WWE books. So, for me, I'm going to go with Darby Allin versus Joey Janela versus Jimmy Havoc, the Cracker Barrel Clash All Out. These ingenious idiots decided to go out there and put their bodies on the line, especially Darby. It was so creative. It was so fun. It wasn't overly dangerous or freaked you out, in a similar fashion to like watching Moxley like try to crawl through glass like he's McClane in oh my God, I'm blanking the name.
Die Hard.
Die Hard. Yes. So it was just fun, like, and then you get the chair flip. That's on the resume forever for Janela. Amy, number 5.
Number 5 is Kenny Omega and Joey Janela, AEW Dark. As you said earlier, it put AEW Dark on the map, but that was the single greatest sell of the V-trigger I have ever seen in my life from Joey Janela going limp on the ropes, looking like he literally just died. That was a great match. I never knew that I needed to see a match like that as much as I did. It was one of the best matches, and certainly the best matches on AEW Dark.
Amy, remind me to send you a match of B. Priestley versus Mayu Iwatani from October, so you can see the actual greatest V tickers of all time.
Sounds good.
Mayu Iwatani is a god of selling. So, Floyd?
Young Bucks versus Private Party, Dynamite episode 2. At that time, I thought it was the greatest first match I'd ever seen on any television show ever. I had seriously watched that match like 10 times. That week, I was just like, it had me completely captivated the whole time.
Yo. My number 5 would be Kenny Omega versus Shima from Fight for the Fallen. Just lightning. There's a theme here: lightning fast, stiff, explosive matches. That's what I like, what I enjoy, and as I mentioned earlier, it was like New Japan versus Dragon Gate converging in AEW, and this was a great victory for Kenny. Probably his single best wrestling performance on a big show.
Yeah, number 5 for me is going to be Dustin versus Cody at Double or Nothing. Just the dynamics of watching two guys that are very good at wrestling actually wrestle, and mostly, once the addition of the blood and you have Dustin, selling buckets, and you actually have concern for him in a way. I thought it was, I think this is Cody's best match. I think you could do all the storytelling and wackiness he does. I felt like this was the one he finally knocked it out the park. And I was very happy for both of them. Amy, number 4.
Number 4 is Private Party versus the Young Bucks. That was a great way to kick off the tag team tournament. Great way to put Private Party over. Great way for underdog victory, and was one of my favorite matches in AEW this year.
And I went Omega versus Pac all out. We talked about it, but the shock of the finish and how the story that was told during the match made it very compelling to me.
Number 4, I'm gonna go with Phoenix versus, I'm gonna go with the Elite versus the Lucha Bros and Laredo Kid from Fyter Fest. In the building, this was like a religious experience, as I mentioned. The Elite in their 6-mans, and of course guys that can match them. So they wrestled a bunch of Japanese guys before, and now they're going to show you how they go against Mexican guys. So we're going to do Lucha Libre now. So hell of a match here.
Yeah, for me, number 4, Private Party versus Lucha Bros from the the October 23rd Dynamite. I mean, this was a great match. It was just a hair, not as good as the next match we're going to get to because of the finish as well. But this is more of the list of Rey Fenix is just incredible. There aren't that many wrestlers in the world better than him, and just incredible wrestling. Incredible wrestling with guys that are being called green, just lighting it up. So, Amy, number 3.
Number 3 is Cody Rhodes versus Darby Allin at Fyter Fest, because that put Darby Allin on the map. It was a badass match, and it was really impressive because it wasn't two people that I knew a lot about. It was one guy that I really liked, and then some other dude that I didn't know anything about. And suddenly, after that match, I was all in on Darby Allin, and that totally sold me on him. So it was just a great match.
Floyd?
All right, my number 3, Lucha Bros versus Young Bucks from Double or Nothing. I just thought it was a great match.
Awesome match.
Awesome match.
I was picking between children, when it comes to that feud.
Yes. It was, it was everything. It was just, I love tag team wrestling. That was tag team wrestling, and I loved it.
So my number 3, I'm going to go with Phoenix versus Nick Jackson, AEW Dynamite, totally unique match. guys that have been, like tag team guys, you throw them out there, and there's no, like, Nick Jackson hadn't had a singles match in 4 years and got to show y'all exactly who the fuck he is. Ray Phoenix was Ray fucking Phoenix. And, you don't see like a 4 3/4 match on TV most weeks. So, kind of hard to, go back on that. So, this was also, shouts out to AEW for listening to their fans as they always do. Every time I would scan these comment sections early on when AEW would start, they're like, what matches do you guys want to see? Maybe on AEW Dark. One that would always get requests, Phoenix versus Nick Jackson. And we got it on Dynamite. So shouts out to them for actually just booking that.
Yeah. For me, number 3, the Young Bucks versus Private Party, AEW Dynamite, October 9th. Whew. I mean, it was just an incredible match, and you're on the edge of your seat. I thought that going into it, this is going to be the setup spot for Private Party to get themselves further over after what they did in the ring with SCU. But, it was a further, taking off point from there. And I mean, I can't wait to see them every time they come out now at this point. And Mark Quinn's a star, a star, just flat out. Number 2, Amy?
Number 2 would be Young Bucks versus Lucha Bros, the all-out ladder match, the greatest ladder match I've ever seen in my life that I never want to see again. It was the best. The best. The best.
Hey, this will be, I can say this, same. The exact same match as my number 2. Moving out the way. I don't watch as much international wrestling, but I'd never seen that Canadian Destroyer off the ladder through the table ever before. It's right now probably the greatest spot I've ever seen because I still like watching it a few times. I don't know how they pulled it off. And there was at least 3 times where I actually thought the other person was seriously injured and they got up and continued the match. It was like all my emotions. My heart was beating out of my chest. So yeah.
Number 2, Kenny Omega versus Jon Moxley from Full Gear. I worship at the feet of this match. It was just like, beating the hell out of each other. They had thought about everything so much and just put it together so well. The glass coming back, originally as you're supposed to think that Kenny Omega saved after, he got put through it, week 1 of AEW Dynamite. The chains, the, allusions to Kota Ibushi, them going through the, the bed of barbed wire. It was so much shit. And it was just like, great. Like, it was like, yo, if you're going to pull out all the stops, this is how you do it.
Okay, another note, like, it's funny because Kenny talked all that mess about, like, what were you going to do? Were you going to chain wrestle me? And then there you go. In the match, he goes out there and he chain wrestles the hell out of Kenny Omega with an actual chain, almost killing that fucker. Loved it. So number 2 for me, Nick Jackson versus Ray Phoenix, Dynamite, November 20th. I don't think I've ever seen a crowd at the beginning of a show be that freaking hot. I mean, they were all into that match in the town. I think it was in Indianapolis, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and that was a town that was like not a normally hugely loud crowd, and they were just incredibly hot, and the action was incredible. It was basically like they were like, let's just do like Young Bucks versus Lucha Bros, except like we have the 2 best wrestlers of each individual group going out there, and like no hot tags, no building up towards anything. We're just gonna wrestle our asses off, and I thought it was incredible. Amy, your number 1 match?
Number 1 match is Cody versus Dustin at Double or Nothing because it set the stage for the storytelling of AEW. It was also just this huge match of family lineage, family strife, struggle, and just the inner conflict of, the brother relationship of Cody Rhodes and Dustin Rhodes and Goldust and Stardust and all of these things sort of converging into this new company and then putting that all to bed at the end of it and saying that they needed each other. Like that was just like the most amazing thing that I have or probably will ever see. It's like the Golden Lovers reuniting. It's just like that emotional impact. So that has to be the number one for me.
Now I'm good.
This match started at the entrance with the hammer to the throne, and it ended with two brothers hugging. You had the Brandy Spear. You had, everything. I just continue talking about it because everyone knows that was my number one match. Cody versus Dustin, Double or Nothing. I don't think anyone doubted that.
Would.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think anyone doubted that. But
I mean, it could have been Cody versus Spears.
I will honestly
could have
say,
blown us at the last minute. You're right.
Yeah, I was gonna say that was my favorite moment of the year. And if we're doing moments, that was great. But when you talk about full match, like I said, from the time they come out from the entrance to the moment they hugged and went back, it was my favorite wrestling match ever. So definitely number one.
My number one match will be Young Bucks versus Lucha Brothers, ladder match at All Out. What more can we say that we haven't already said? These guys, we're like, we're going to show you who the fuck the best are. I don't think anyone should ever do another tag team ladder match. Unfortunately it's already happened, right? Someone's done one since then, right? I didn't think people should have touched that gimmick for like a year after those guys did that. So, unquestionably, to me, the greatest match in AEW history so far. And I think whenever they get together for round 3, it's going to be on, and it's going to be for the belts.
Yeah, same here. Number one for me, the Young Bucks versus Lucha Bros for the AAA tag team titles in a ladder match at All Out. It was incredible. It is death-defying, literally death-defying. As Floyd would attest to it, he thought people were going to die. I mean, for me personally, we're going to do the 10. We're going to all record our 10 favorite matches in all of 2019. This is the only match that I when I was thinking of AEW that I thought of I thought of with AEW. So I just incredible work from 4 incredible performers. And as you see, my number 2 match was Nick versus Phoenix. So I was just I'm not a Rich Ladders Pro Wrestling type of guy, but with this
why not?
But with this promotion, when I thought it was going to be like New Japan America, when it's turned out to be it's more or less like the best in the indies, not outside of NXT. And it's like, okay, if that's what you're going to give me, I'll take it. And what they gave me was a huge dose of all the indie, and it was incredible. At this point, as I end of the show, I want to thank Floyd and Amy for spending their time doing this. Originally, we set out to do this for to have the show only be 69 minutes. We are now 69 minutes plus another hour onto that. So I definitely want to thank you. So I definitely want Amy for you to you give out your plugs, and then we'll get to Floyd.
Oh, thank you so much. It's been lovely to be here. You can check me hanging out with Floyd on All Things Elite podcast at ATE Pod on Twitter. I also have a New Japan Center podcast. We'll be touching on Wrestle Kingdom with my co-host Jen at Dragon's Den at Den Wrestling. And then my husband and I just do a fun podcast every once in a while at AEW podcast.
And
hold on 1 second, Floyd. Yeah, Amy, thank you so much. And if you ever have any free time, we would love to have you back on One Nation Radio for whenever. So Floyd, who is just the best. We want you to give your plugs.
No, my Twitter is at Floyd Johnson Jr. It is pretty simple, and it's at AT Elite Pod. That's our group that we do. It's Amy one week, Tiffany the next. I am also in the AEW Discord. Me and Amy are both on the AEW Discord, and so that's pretty cool. And yeah, you Rich and James, y'all know I'm a big fan of your show, so. I'm like, it's one of my first listens every week.
Yeah. And then you want to call us and say, and be upset with us when how come you didn't say that Cody is perfect?
Oh yeah. I'm telling, okay. So a lot of people don't know this. I work overnights and I work by myself. So I get bored. So I started some shit because I was bored.
Yeah. Cody's favorite performer of the year. Okay. So anyway, wow.
Like I said, y'all know it now. I just started some shit and it wasted a few hours. It worked for me.
Dude, I have problems with insomnia, or maybe you may have heard that, I don't know, but I have problems with insomnia. When you sent that, I was like, this dude really finna, and then you kept going, I was like, this dude really kept me up for an hour or two more, because he wants to send me this nonsense back and forth.
How did you like the one where I said, only reason Joshi rematch is rated higher is because less people voted on it? Oh god, that was full of shit. But that was hilarious to me.
I thought you were serious at that point. I was like, yo, are you serious now?
Dude, I was not serious.
Okay.
If anyone in this world understands what Cody is, it is me.
Okay. Let me make sure. All right. So, but anyway, that's the end of the show. Be sure to rate us on whatever app you're using to listen to this. Tell the folks about the Social Suplex Podcast Network. Be sure to check out our friends at powerslam.tv, the sponsor for the show. If you're a fan of independent pro wrestling, they have over 5,000 hours of footage from all over the world. You can use the code Social Suplex to get your free month's trial. And don't forget to check out and visit ProWrestlingTees.com/Social Suplex and pick up some official Social Suplex Podcast Network merchandise. Be sure to check out the other shows on the Social Suplex Podcast Network. On Sundays, we have One Nation Radio, this show. On Tuesdays, we have Keepin It Strong Style. On Wednesdays, we have the Ricky and Clive Wrestling Podcast. Every other Wednesday, we have Grown Men Watch This Shit. On Thursdays, we have, Get in the Ring. And on Saturdays, we have All Things Elite with Floyd and Amy and Tiffany. Thanks for listening.
Shout out to Tiffany, who wasn't on this show, but loves AEW.
Yes, we need to try to get Tiffany on here eventually as well.
She loves Cody more than I do, which is hard to believe.
I would love to talk to her then. I don't mean that like there's gonna be something contentious, because I like Cody as well. But like, I just want to see like if you love Cody, I want to see if where do people like see the pitfalls in some of the stuff he does from time to time. That's all. But like I said, thanks for listening. Later, y'all.
Peace.